Yo, hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, guys. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, what's up? Oh, good morning, Emmanuel. Good morning, guys. Hello, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yo, 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 yo. Good morning to all the Western Hemisphere people. Welcome. Hi. What's your name, Dimes's? Welcome, guys. Hello. Hi, 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 hi. Welcome. Welcome to the final Mahoyo stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have apparently a very, very, very long chapter to get through today. Well, we have two chapters to get through. One of them obviously being this one. Well, actually, there's also these ones, the ploys. We can do this at the end. But you got a weird color yesterday? You guys have been role-playing? Okay. Ooh, oh, this is the wolf one. Okay. Okay, we got a wolf story here. Let's go. The Honey Adventure. It had been 1 year since he'd moved into a city from his remote village. One thing he realized during that time was that the likes and dislikes were the main difference between human and beast.
Hmm, ここが新しいアジトか。うん、いいんじゃない？ちょっとみすぼらしいけど、周りに人間がいないのは綺麗でいいよね。
The figure dressed in a white coat danced to and fro down the hallway. He was like a young woman in an old film, enjoying herself window shopping. He was actually enjoying the atrocious sight of the school building in ruins.
そこ、あんまりはしゃがないの。
Yo, what's up?
何しろ築60年からの廃屋なんだから。調子に乗ってるとバキッと床を踏み抜いて。
His mouth shut before he could even say to let him have his fun. Only one set of footsteps echoed through the hallway. Not a single feather's worth of his 70-pound body was exerting any force on the floor beneath him. 70-pound body, huh? It wasn't clear whether he was paying reverence to the hallway or simply excited by it. It said that even walking through a grassy field, a beast is careful not to harm a single blade of grass. Apparently, this creature wrapped in a coat was no different. He was more a part of the environment itself than a settler of it. He held no regard for beasts greater or lesser than him, but when it came to his comrades, he at least displayed human-like, or rather, wolf-like clemency. Clemency? Yeah.
ま、相性はいいとプラスに考えましょう。街に出かけてくるけど、何か欲しいものはある？漫画とか小説とか。
特にいりません。あ、帰りにハンバーガー買ってきてくれたら嬉しいな。パン生地がどっしりしてて、ハンバーグがギュッとしたやつがいい。
Okay.
まだおもちゃより食い気ときた。食事の調達方法も確保しないとダメみたいね。失敗したかな。ルームサービスのあるホテルの方が後々証拠は残らなそう。
Chocolate had defeated Sai. With her glasses on, she was restricted to her original way of speaking and gesturing. That's right. It was the beginning of December. Exactly 1 month had passed since they came to Misaki City. Until now, the dog had been attacking Misaki from a nearby neighborhood. Deciding it was time to get serious, she had moved her base of operations to this old school building.
何？ホテルの方が良かったの？
そりゃ楽だもの。グレードが良ければホテル暮らしは快適です。
でもトウコさん、こういう廃墟好きだよね。
え？そうかな。
そうだよ。今回みたいなのは特にそう。趣味に走るとき、 周りに人がいるの嫌がるじゃない。いろんなものに興味を持つくせに興味を持たれるのは面倒っていうか。
Toko couldn't deny that observation. She had been under contract with him for 2 years, but it had only been a year since he became her full-time bodyguard. It seems to be able to see right to the root of all the problems that plague Toko.
人混みは嫌いじゃないんだけどね。ハイビルでもハイ工場でもいっそあの遊園地でもよかったのよ。でもこんな田舎町じゃ君を連れているだけで噂になるでしょ。結果的にここに工房を構えるしかなかったの。
ちゃんと人型になってるじゃん僕。別に目立たないと思うけどな。
色合いの問題です。アジア系は無
If
理
you
にし
can't
ても
look Asian.
せめてブルネットに化けてくれればいくらでもごまかせるんだけど。
Unfortunately, that wouldn't be happening. Simply being in human form was stressful for him. When he had to be human, his only condition was that he could look however he wanted. He was currently only in this form because they had to move from town to the old school building. Once he found a classroom to sleep in, he'd be back to a wolf.
なんだって人型でいるのを嫌がるのかしらね。別に難しいわけじゃないんでしょそれ。
An
も
astral
ともとア
body.
ストラル体みたいなものなんだからあなた。
Being an extremely versatile life form which required no body to remain stable. In the physical world, his body could change according to the situation. Magecraft would have defined him as a higher dimensional life form with a materialized soul. Oh. So he's basically already Heavensfield.
そりゃあ何の力もリスクもないけど面倒なものは面倒だよ。人間だって無駄なことはしたくないでしょ。
But he can also take physical form.
僕人型になることに有利性を全く感じないし。
Partially, yeah. Apparently he saw no value at all in his human form. That was exactly why Toko insisted to make his appearance blend in more, but the boy argued that if he had to be in a natural state, he'd at least make himself comfortable. To him, this was the only fun way to be a human, and he wasn't going to accept it any other way. And so, this was why he had taken on the appearance of a foreign aristocrat in a provincial Japanese city. Even his posh coat had been handpaid by Toko to satisfy one of his many demands.
じゃあお留守番お願いねベオくん。来ないとは思うけどもし人が来たら捕まえておいて。その際足の一本ぐらいなら傷つけても OK だから。
Yeah, I see it, Robert, yeah. Yeah, so the only similarity is his soul is already materialized. That statement Toko headed off into the city.
はーい、任されました。大丈夫。人間とかそもそも口に合わないし。こっちのことは気にせず、あのピリピリするお土産よろしくね。
Bill plopped down onto a desk after he saw his employer off. He moved back into his old form.
ああ、退屈。世界中を回ってこんな田舎町が終着とか。拍子抜けもいいところ。
It had been 2 years since Bill met Toko Aozaki. After some deliberation with the werewolves, the mage was left in charge of Bill's education. Of course, his village had no real control over him. He didn't have to go with her. He decided to go simply because she seemed interesting. Toko stood before him in the cave where he slept and asked,
生きている意味が知りたい？なんだ。そんなことで取引が成立するとはね。
She smiled and cut off her long locks of hair to seal their pact.
自由を知るには窮屈さを知っておかないとね。同じように生きている意味を知りたければまずは死ねないこだわりを見つけないと。そうだな。例えばの話、そいつを殺すまではとてもじゃないが死ねないほどの憎しみとか。
That hair was 20 years worth of Toko's life. In a way, her hair was a part of herself, but she parted with it easily. She was sure that Bill was worth the 20 years it had taken her to grow that hair. Beo too sensed that Toko was a creature of rare value. He was happy to have been selected by someone of her unusual talents, and though she preached learning restraint, he observed that she was truly a free woman. And then, Beo accepted the terms of her contract and left his village. He took his first steps into the outside world. The first year was spent at Toko's workshop in England, learning basic knowledge. Namely, he was at a college in the major association called the Clock Tower. Oh shit! At the time, Toko had her own dedicated familiar. Formally speaking, this familiar was Beo's senior. But in that year's time, Beo proved himself superior and earned the right to travel the world with Toko. They rode on a train that collected mystic eyes, known as the Rail Zeppelin. Oh shit! They saw the Murkrake, an ancient giant octopus living in the North Sea. They explored the Bermuda Triangle, a place of no return connected to other realms. They met the remains of a mage of the Elder title, a league of ancients deep in Western Europe. All of their exploits were odd and exciting enough to hold his interest, and throughout them all, Beo felt that he'd been right to join Toko. This was certainly less boring than sleeping in his cave. But sweet honey makes one crave even sweeter poison. Having developed a taste for adventure, he now demanded even greater thrills. It's only natural that such an innocent creature would start to look forward to its next prey. The pinnacle of that desire rested on Toko's final goal. For all her liberty and aplomb, there was one prey she would not stop chasing until she caught it once and for all. With every new adventure, Beo would ask,
ねえ、これがトウコさんの殺したい相手?
However, the mage would always smile wryly and shake her head in response. Even this puppet master of extraordinary talent claimed that it was no easy task. Her target was in a realm far beyond anyone they dealt with so far, beyond human knowledge, perhaps beyond even Beo. But who could this mysterious person be? How could they be so powerful? Beo couldn't help but be curious. Discovering that he was hired for magical reasons, he mustered a rare bit of fighting spirit, thinking he'd found a worthy foe, but
冷静になって考えてみると、本物が偽物を相手にするとか大人げないかも。魔法なんて言っても、結局は人間の手によるものなんだし。
clearly it was still only interested in itself. It knew nothing of life and freedom. Its only pleasure was found in food. Beo didn't necessarily feel dissatisfied, but it was becoming harder to stave off his boredom. Also, since accompanying Toko on her adventures, his feelings towards her had become a bit confused.
トウコさん、あれでほんと一途だから。何でもできるのは僕と同じなのに、何にでも一生懸命になれるのって、ちょっと変だよね。
He slumped his shoulders exaggeratedly and closed his eyes. The golden wolf drifted off to sleep, not realizing that his feelings were in fact those of jealousy.
4年ぶりに帰ってきてみれば、住み慣れた町の面影はどこへやらか。駅前なんてもう別物だし、大手術にも程が。ああ、やっぱり角のタバコ屋さんなくなってる。ああ、自動販売機でタバコを買うのにもそろそろ慣れなくちゃいけないのかも。
Toko walked through her hometown for the first time in 4 years, grumbling to herself. She was on an aimless and careless stroll. No familiar escorted her, and she'd even left her self-defense bag back at the hideout. Today, she was in full tourist mode, not nervous about a thing.
ここなんてあぜ道同然だったのに、今じゃ立派なストリートと来た。因果なものね。帰ってきたっていうのに、あっちに戻った時と同じ気持ちになってきた。
This was Toko's second time going back home. After leaving the Aozaki home 4 years ago, She'd secretly returned to Misaki. The first time was longer ago. When Toko was 14 years old, she studied abroad at an academy in England. She spent 2 years there before returning to Japan. Then she enrolled in a local high school named Rayan Girls Academy and headed back to England 3 years later after graduating. She graduated from Rayan? Huh. She does not strike me like the type, I'm gonna be honest. That was 4 years ago. Now she felt the same she did then, when she returned to that English country town where she'd lived for 2 years.
寂しい？ちょっと違う。呆れてるとも違うし。
She does not strike me as a
分かってい
Rayan
るも近くて遠いよ。
graduate. She said in Kenkei? Oh, I didn't remember that. She rounded her shoulders and fell deep into thought. Toko felt a tingle run up her spine in a way that couldn't really be described in words. Times were changing faster than ever. Everything was relatively inexpensive and could be replaced on a whim. After thinking to herself for a bit, she cracked her knuckles and set forth. There was no use overthinking any of this. This was just how things were now. That's all there was to it. It was only natural for the old to make way for the new.
つまり私の時代ってことだ。
You can do this, Toko. The sudden spark of self-enlightenment gave Toko the encouragement she needed, and she set off with high spirits towards the train station. Striding down the boulevard, she exuded confidence of a supermodel or dictator. Although she was not about to exclaim, "My conquest begins with Main Street, time to tear it up." Her enthusiasm was, of course, still there. Toko, however, had something she had to accomplish first, before she could give thought to putting an end to the town's thoughtless attempts at modernization that would become outdated in just a few years. Okay.
甘い設定だ。こんな釘の絞りで客を煙に負けると思ったか？
Ah. Toko's first destination was not one Misaki's protective sigils, but rather her old favorite pachinko parlor. Though the area around the train station had undergone a dramatic makeover, the back streets were mostly unchanged. Toko had exchanged 5,000 yen for some little silver pachinko balls before going upstairs and sitting at the machine she determined was paying out the most that day.
そろそろ打ち止めかな。千両箱が12箱か。まあ、4年ぶりにしちゃ上等だろ。
She sounded slightly disappointed, but her lips and posture betrayed her good humor. Pachinko parlors were a staple form of entertainment in Japan, but they were largely absent in other countries. High-stakes gamers criticized it as inefficient, time-consuming, too luck-dependent, unrewarding, and so forth. Basically a child's game. I mean, it's just gambling, the least interactive gambling ever. When Toko was studying abroad, she didn't see anything that even resembled a pachinko parlor. However, she wasn't here playing pachinko because she was feeling nostalgic for it after 5 years. She simply needed a war chest.
しかし、ヘリのチャーター代だけで足が出るとは。日本は平和すぎて、裏稼業の相場が高すぎるんだ、クソ。おかげで無一文だ。とりあえず、レオの食いぶちだけでも稼がにゃならん。
Toko had chartered a helicopter to airlift 3 shipping containers full of materials to remodel the old school building into a workshop. There weren't any roads a truck could take to get to the old school building out deep in the mountains, so she had been forced to burn through the last of her savings.
お、37。こいつは本格的におしまいかな。まったく、こういうどうでもいいゲームだけは星の巡りがいいと来ている。
Her smile remained in spite of her complaints. There was nothing more Toko asked than her sitting cross-legged in the pachinko parlor, one hand on the machine, with the other holding a cheap cigarette. Yep, this is the moment. Toko noticed something out of the concern of her eye, and put on her glasses to see better. She glanced over toward the odd sounds she heard and saw a pale-faced parlor employee. He had a baby face and looked like he was still in high school. Upon seeing Toko, he froze for a moment and ran off. or rather, he fled in a panic.
私そんなに引く感じ？
Mage though she was, Toko was still in the prime of her youth. Though she didn't like it when guys ogled her or tried to strike up a conversation, she thought a boy running full tilt away from her was a bit much. Toko made a mental note to scare the crap out of that kid the next time she saw him and returned to her game. With her winning tickets in hand, Toko left the pachinko parlor. She had won quite a bit, but it was hard for her to feel good about it after what had happened at the end of her session. Wondering what that had been about, she looped around to the back of the parlor to redeem her winnings in cash.
おや、
For cash.
トウコさんじゃないですか。
She stopped in her tracks, frozen by a familiar voice she hasn't heard in 4 years. Bill's ears perked up as he woke from his slumber. It was just before sunset. He opened his eyes with a big yawn, sniffing at a familiar scent in the air getting closer.
よっと。
Bill jumped down to the floor and transformed back into his human form. Though he and Toko didn't have a strict master-servant relationship, he felt he should at least go and greet her, since he was supposed to be watching over the place in her absence.
あれ？
Bill's face crunched into a perplexed frown as they met in the hallway. He sensed something more to the smell he'd been used to.
ただいまベオくん。はい、真面目にお留守番していたお土産。
Toko handed the paper bag she was holding to Bill. Bill was happy to get his hands on the bag stuffed full of hamburgers, but he tilted his head at the odd, lingering smell.
どうしたの？浮かない顔して。留守中何かあった？
いや、思わず寝ちゃうぐらい何もなかったけど。トウコさんの方こそ何かあった？なんか元気ないし、妙に疲れてるし。何より、ちゃんと僕の好きなお店のハンバーガー買ってきてるし。
え？そう？別に何もなかったけど。
This is all extremely suspicious. One pain point for Bill was Toko's usual complete lack of interest in food. Toko thought that a hamburger was the same no matter where you ate one, so she had often just stopped at whatever was closest. Thus, Toko would only stop at a certain Asian burger chain, still rare in Japan, maybe 1% of the time. Not to mention,
いいじゃない。ちゃんと好きなお店のバーガーを買ってきたんだから。これは私なりのベオくんへの感謝の気持ち。
suspicious.
今ま
Toko
でい
being
ろいろ連
nice
れ
is
回したけど、
suspicious.
これからもよろしくね。
She had a sickly sweet smile on her face. If any of the puppets she had let loose in Misaki heard what she was saying right now, they'd probably fall into a logic error loop and south the shrug. Toko was not one to ever consider the rights of her familiars.
うさんくさい、芝居くさい、真っ向くさい。優しいトウコさんなんてトウコさんじゃない。
Exactly.
いっつも周りを恨んでいて文句ばっかり言って幸せそうな人たちをめちゃくちゃにしたいんだけど大義名分がないから我慢してる。そんな理性のおかげでかろうじて性格破綻者を免れてるトウコさんはどこ行ったのさ。
bankruptcy.
失礼しちゃうな。私だってたまには優しくなる時ぐらいあるんだから。ほら、4年ぶりに故郷に帰ってきたのよ。ベオくんだって里に帰ったらちょっとぐらいホッとするでしょ。それと同じ。私だってホームシックになる程度の可愛らしさはあるんです。
すっごい嘘。月が涙を流すぐらい嘘。
Wow.
本当です。もうベオくんそれ返して。罰として夕食抜き。
Toko made a grab for the paper bag, but Bill dodged and jumped out of the window. He dexterously kicked off against the wall and scampered up onto the roof of the old school
な
building.
んだい、ほんとつまんない。言い訳するトウコさんとか僕見たくない。
He pulled out a hamburger from the paper bag and took a big bite out of it. That said, though her attitude had seemed like an act to Bill, it was true that Toko was in an unusually good mood. It was unclear why that was the case, but Toko seemed to be feeling something special, or at least something she hadn't ever shown Bill before.
なんだろう、あの匂い。妙にふわふわしてて
鬱陶しくて。
Beo couldn't understand what exactly that feeling was. He only knew basic feelings like such as like and dislike, delicious or disgusting. He wasn't able to articulate much further than that yet.
まあいいけど、僕には関係ないし。トウコさんも明日になればいつものトウコさんだろうし。
Beo continued to eat through his hamburgers, still not completely satisfied with the day's course of events. The truth was, even if Beo didn't care enough to understand it, he was still a little upset that there was something he didn't know. A few days passed. Unbeknownst to the people of Misaki, progress was being made on the remodeling of the old school building. Meanwhile, Beo was bored out of his mind knowing he had to be stuck here for at least another month. He could feel both his body and his mind dulling as he spent his days simply lodging around eating meat. On the other hand,
買い出しに出てくるから、あとはよろしくね。元気してた？はい、お土産のローストビーフ。行ってきます。屋上の機材片付けておいてね。ただいま。今日もお留守番
way
ご
too
苦労
good
様。
mood.
よし、
The heart.
行ってくるでござる。
Kozaru?
お疲れ。お酒臭い？バッカ。酔ってなんかないです。
Yeah, who is this?
全然酔ってなんかないもん。
This is what Toko had become. The mage was constantly out and always in a good mood, and subconscious to Beo, who spent his days doing nothing. Evidently, she was happy with how her workshop was becoming more and more fortified by the day.
違う。もう絶対違う。そんなんでトウコさんの機嫌は良くなんないし、ここに関しちゃぐちぐち不満ばっかりこぼしてるし、何よりござるとかバカっぽいこと言わないし。
どうしたのベオくん？すっごく不細工な顔してるけど、そろそろ暴れたくて仕方がない？
そういう問題じゃありません。まあそりゃ早く本命とエラと戦ってみたいけど、もうちょっと先なんでしょ。なら我慢する。トウコさんの言葉は今のところ外れないから。けどなんか変。いつも下準備の時はこれぐらい暇だけど、緊張感がない。毎日食べて寝て食べて寝てじゃ太る。ブクブクに太るよ。
何言ってるんだか。ベオくんにそんな心配は無用でしょ。排泄もしないくせにまともな生き物ぶってるんじゃありません。
だから主にトウコさんがブクブクに。
Okay?
ベオくん、それ本当？数値は変わってないはずだけど、なんかこうアストラル的に増えちゃったりしてる？
Just say yes, Beo, might as well. This is what Beo was talking about. Toko knew the accuracy of Beo's eye, and just as he has a stunning vision over even the numbers on her scale. Normally Toko would just remove her glasses and say something like,
唐突だが、特攻兵器の有用性を確認したくなった。
damn.
ああ、いや、意見は聞いていない。さあベオ、この首輪をつけてみよう。思いっきりハイに飛べるぞ。
But she hadn't done anything of the sort, and it was beyond weird for her.
別に増えてないよ。昨日とちょっとの上下差はあるけど、そんなの人間なら当たり前だし、いちいち本気にするとか見苦しいからやめてほしい。
本当？こう後でボテッとくるような気配とかない？
ないってば。昨日取った栄養分はきれいに分配されてるし、いつも通りのトウコさんだよ。
That last part was a lie. Oh, she was not the same Toko that Beo had always known. Even though she was physically the same, there was something still odd about her since a few days ago. That strange fruity lingering scent was still there. What's up, Dante? It was a change that only a wild beast like Beo could discern, but it was getting stronger with each passing day. Beo was annoyed because he could just not figure out what that scent was.
それなら安心安心と。私は出かけてくるから、お留守番よろしくね。
Toko failed to notice Bill's poor mood and left the old school building in her usual carefree mood. This is how it's been for days now. Bill stared at his own reflection in the window and contemplated for a while. Unfortunately, this wouldn't solve anything. It wouldn't change the fact that his employer was still acting strangely, and it wouldn't get rid of the uncertainty he was constantly feeling in his chest. He knew he didn't have much other
よ
choice.
し瞳子さんを尾行しよう。
That's it. He decided to let go of his principles for just one day. That's it. That's the way to do it. They say winter is going to be colder than usual this year. Make sure you got sufficient food, clothing, and shelter. We should be fine on clothing, but make sure to shore up the other two. He listened to the talk around town as he passed through Misaki. It was just past 1 in the afternoon on a weekday. Workers returned to the office after lunch breaks, and the kids were all still in school. The main street was fairly calm and relaxed, and mostly housewives out and about. Yet one person stood out in this calm and gentle sea of people. Toko endured the stares of the housewives out shopping, salespeople in their shops, and salarymen out on businesses as she walked through the main street. It wasn't just her sense of style that stood out, but also her generally powerful presence that attracted eyes. To put it simply, she walked with the confidence of a model on the runway.
人には目立つなっていうくせに本人は腫れたもんな。潜伏期間中相手に見つかるのは僕だけのせいじゃないと思う。
Okay. Bill kept about 10 yards behind Toko, careful not to actually mutter the words he was thinking in his head. In Toko's defense, she was fully aware of how much she stood out in a crowd. If she was out at a busier time of day, she always wore an accessory inscribed with a rune that diverted people's attention away from her and made her stand out approximately 40% less. Toko finished up her shopping and headed toward the residential part of town. She walked up to a house that looked completely normal, rang the doorbell, and, after stating her name, the door opened quietly. It looked as though the things she had bought were for the residents of this house. The nameplate outside read Asagi. Misaki was in the mountains, but for just a moment, Bill got a whiff of sea brine. Assuming he must have just mistaken it for some other spell, he put it out of his mind. Toko came out of the house after about 30 minutes. She stretched her arms above her head and took a deep breath. Whatever had gone inside seemed to have been rather serious. It was as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders.
これで根回しは終了っと。あとは、最後の念押しね。めんどくさい。
Toko murmured, exasperated. But lurking behind her words, Bill could still detect that lofty scent emanating from her mouth. Her next stop was another plain-looking apartment. It looked as though she had just happened to walk by, but Bill's nose was not so easily deceived. Toko made it look like she was just aimlessly killing time, but she had in fact arranged to arrive at the apartment at exactly 2:30 p.m. In the parking lot of the apartment, Ritsuka Suse stepped out of a room on the first floor.
はーい、お久しぶり。こんなところでばったり出会うなんて奇遇ね、リツカ。
Okay.
嘘、トコちゃん？あなた帰ってきてたの？
ええ、ちょっと前にね、こっそり人目を忍ぶように窓から侵入するサンタクロースさながらに。言うまでもなく目的はこの町をぶっ潰すこと。私の過去ともどもきれいさっぱり清算するため、
She's
この度
honest.
準備万端でやってまいりました。なので邪魔になる教会の人間とか教会の人間とか気づかれる前にやっちゃうぞ。
あらあら、それはご丁寧にどうも。トコちゃん、それ私のこと。教会の人間って今私しかいないんですけ
I'm the
ど。
only one in the association now. Oh, interesting.
あら不思議。
Yo, what's up, gents? No, we started an hour earlier.
懐かしくて散歩していたら、
So,
まさ
because
か
there's
標
gonna be a lot
的の一
today.
人に出会うなんて。
Don't worry, we're still doing the
一つ
first
手間が省
extra.
けた感
This
じ
is。not the final extra.
関係ないの。私教会と関係ないから。
だってここ1年真面目に仕事してないし。というか仮にも兄弟子を捕まえて本気で殺すとか言わないでほしいです。
The woman was tearfully flapping her arms at this point. She had nothing to worry about though. Bill could see from even here he was peering through the fence that Toko had no real intent to kill anyone. She had a terrible habit of messing with people for her own entertainment. This time was no different. Unfortunately, the pleasure she took in it only made the target of her jokes feel doubly worse.
それを言うなら姉弟子でしょ。
だってトコちゃん妹って感じしないんだもん。間違っても姉弟子なんて胸を張って言えません。
そうよね。技量的にもとても先輩なんて言えるものじゃなかったし、律香の特技なんて今じゃ深夜販売の商品以下だし、そろそろ食害考えたら。
Oh my
いい
god!
とこ紹介するよ。イタリアで見つけたもう廃業寸前のサーカス一だとかどう？
Poor Ritsuka.
そんな日給バイトはコリゴリです。せめて週休のところを紹介して。
うわー、通販以下ってところは否定しないんだ。
なぜ？トコちゃんの指摘は正しいわ。だって私何にもできない役立たずですから。魔術協会一のお荷物、ここに参上。
Oh. Maybe she was taken aback by Ritsuka's guileless smile, but Toko couldn't help but grin back at her. If one didn't know better, they would seem like good friends.
私への疑いは解けたと見たわ。それなら寄ってく？これから用事があったんだけど別に後回しでいいし。久しぶりだもの。お互い積もる話とか楽しそうじゃない？
ほんと相変わらずゆるゆるね、律香は。確かに気が変わったわ。その様子じゃ教会との関係なんてないようなものだし、あなたはあなたの心情を守っているようだし、そう、本気で青子の味方なんだ。
もちろん。アコちゃんはまだ半人前ですもの。
Ako-chan.
つかず離れず、あくまで他人行儀に。アコちゃんが死ぬような目にあっても遠くから見守るわ。
それは結構。青子もほんといい性格をした理解者に恵まれたもんだ。
Toko took a step back away from Ritsuka. She looked a bit regretful as she signaled that the conversation was over.
あれ？寄っていかないの？私コーヒー入れるの上手くなったよ。
ありがとう。けど遠慮しとく。こっちはまだ潜伏中だし、町攻略の準備もあるしね。ここで緊張感をなくすのはうまくないでしょ。
Yep.
あらまあ、真面目さ。でもそうよね。トコちゃんはそういう人でした。根を詰めすぎて目的より手段そのものに熱中しちゃうタイプ。ほんとどんな準備かはわからないけど、トコちゃんに狙われる人たちは大変だ。
別に普通でしょ。基本魔術戦やってこっちが勝ったら刻印をもらうだけ。
The victor will take the other's crest.
時代遅れの魔女じゃあるまいし、倒した相手に呪いとかかけないわよ、私。
だからそこです。相手の命より収集を優先してるじゃない。その人たち目玉だけになっても生きているなんてことにならなければいいけど。あなたは気を使っているつもりだろうけど、相手にとっては拷問だからね、それ。
Yeah. Toko nodded to show her agreement. Her collection of crests would appear that way on the outside. Toko sought profit in combat. If a mage she defeated would provide her with profitable materials, she would not take their life. She would even save their life if she knew it would be to her advantage to do so. As a result, her workshop in London had a facility specifically built for the comfort of her magical suppliers. It housed mages who had either lost to her in battle or who had willingly agreed to contribute to her cause. Toko held many mage patents which earned her up to £10,000 a month in royalties. Damn! However, the majority of this money went to the upkeep of that facility. The demands on the residents of the place for additional facilities and special privileges increased with every passing day. It was reaching a point where Toko needed to decide whether to incorporate or just let everything go and be done with it.
でも地下ってそういうものじゃないわよ。拷問なんて手間暇かかりすぎるし、娯楽を与える方が管理コストは低いんだってば。今はいい脚本揃ってるしね。適当な映画のプロットを拝借してそれを再現するだけで喜んでもらえるし、
Okay.
仮想であれ現実であれ自分が主役になれる物語なんて最高じゃない？
つかぬことをお伺いいたしますけど上演ジャンルはどのようなバランスで？恋愛3、活劇3、サスペンス3、アニメ 1？
は？そりゃ基本ホラーでしょ。エンタメの全てが詰まってるんだし。
Of course, not surprising.
私トコちゃんのそういうところ素で怖いわ。というか女の子なんだからもっとロマンを求めてほしいの。
今回捕まえる候補に上がっている人間に言われるとさすがに考慮せざるを。囚人を放り込む箱庭のバランスに気を使ってみればいいの？ホラー8ぐらい？
恋愛9でお願いします。それがダメなら推理9でぜひ。
Sure. This is clearly a response from someone who knew she'd lose if she had to go up against Toko.
了解。そういう事態になったら前処する。
はーい。そういう事態ってどんな事態？
誰かの味方をするのはいいけど私の敵に回った時かな。あと今日のことを口外した瞬間、足元からパクッといくから気をつけて。
足元って影のこと？あれ、そもそもなんていうかトコちゃん私一歩も動けないんだけど。
ごめんなさいリツカ。
What?
実は1週間かけてあなたの部屋に罠を仕掛けてたの。ドアの境界に影で作った使い魔を仕込ませたみたいな。しばらくはあなたの影に住み着いているから私に不利な証言したら大変だぞ。
Crazy.
私すでに大変だったのか。悪魔、人でなし、天才悪魔。トコちゃんはもう少し一般常識を学ぶべきです。もう道理で夜な夜な泥棒さんがピッキングしてると思った。
I like how she changes everyone's name. She doesn't say Toko, she says Toko. And she doesn't say Aoko, she says Akko. Ritsuka hadn't noticed the shadow familiar, but she had sensed Toko as she was setting her trap late at night. Toko didn't think Ritsuka could speak about common sense since she had ignored an apparent burglar trying to break into her home for a week.
その使い魔、
Wow.
年明けには解けるから安心なさい。じゃあねリツカ、縁があったらまた会いましょう。その時は自慢のコーヒーをご馳走してね。あと深夜販売の商品だってバカにできたもんじゃないわ。あのシンプルさ結構好きよ私。
Live a simple life. Toko winked at her old friend and left the apartment behind her. Hopefully we'll meet again. Toko realized those were empty words. Her plan would not spare her mortal body. Be it a success or be it a failure, Toko Aozaki would be erased from this world. Still, there was no reason not to at least say something about meeting again. Perhaps Toko had more affection for Ritsuka than she realized. Ritsuka's great! Even so, she left that friend behind in a state of paralysis. Toko had indeed returned home. That fact alone revealed much to Ritsuka. 2 years older than Toko, Ritsuka had been contracted 10 years prior to monitor Toko's grandfather, the mage who discovered the fifth magic. Oh, okay. So she's 2 years older than Toko, so she's 23. That made her both Toko and Aoko senior. And she knew the sisters rather well. Well, she's actually younger than I thought.
そりゃ口止めの一つもしないとね。
I thought she would be like late 20s.
トコちゃんを見て真っ先に警戒するのは私と。
One other person. Another with more seniority than the Aozaki sisters in the truest sense. And there was one other beautiful person who had taught Toko.
ま、そっちはそっちで根回ししてるかな。トコちゃんならそのあたり完璧だろうけど、もうちょっと敵には非常になった方がいいわよね。トコちゃんは相手の人権を尊重しすぎっていうか、根本が甘いっていうか。殺すと決めた相手に顔を見せるとか、どうかと思うの、私。
Toko was a researcher more than she was a mage. Generally, she wasn't a fighter. She was cruel but not cold. Despite her capability for vicious, ruthless treatment of people, she also displayed a measure of compassion for others. Ritsuka sighed as if the problem were her own, and hoped that inconsistency wouldn't end up hurting Toko. Oh, oops. Toko left the neighborhood and began heading towards the largest park in the town. It was 3 in the afternoon on this early winter day on the boulevard. If it were autumn, the street would be lined with people out for a walk to look at the colorful trees, but now Toko was alone. Though to be accurate, she wasn't quite alone. Bill was walking along the grass more than 10 yards behind his employer when he noticed a change in her scent.
トウコさん、こんな街中でメガネ外してる？
Toko's personality changed significantly depending on whether or not she was wearing her glasses. Bill wasn't sure which side of her was her true self, but he didn't know that she was much more serious and cruel without her glasses. It wasn't quite to the level of a split personality, more like a reordering of priorities. She mainly took off her glasses when she was about to fight someone. Doing so made her less human. It pushed all sense of compromise, concern, and sympathy out of her brain.
ってことは、さっきから近づいてくる匂いはトウコさんの敵なんだけど。
Bill furrowed his brow as he hid behind a tree. He could suddenly smell hostility and anticipation emanating from Toko, but at the same time, he couldn't help but scrunch his nose up at the strange scent that kept getting stronger.
こんにちは。なんとなしに散歩していただけなのですが、また出会えるとは奇遇ですね、トウコさん。
ああ、たまたま続いた偶然だ。世間話をする仲でもなし、挨拶を交わす程度に済ませよう。
Bill had no idea who was talking to Toko. His name was Eiri Fumizuka. He was a priest of either church and an enemy to Bill and Toko. However, it was impossible for Bill to sense this. He had no personal hostility toward the clergy anyway. As far as Bill could tell, he was just a regular person. There was no chance that Toko could be at a disadvantage here. He would later learn a harsh lesson from someone who seemed similarly harmless, but that was a tale for another time.
そちらの状況はどうなんだ？神の家は働き者揃いだからな。利権を漁りに来る欲深は現れそうか？
いや、働き者というのは全力で肯定しますけど、欲が深いとかそんな人は少ないですよ、こちらは。彼らがやってくるときは大抵は競技のためですから、欲望より責務で動く人たちって怖くないですか？
無駄話はしないと言っただろう。結論を言え。お前の腰巾着は金を鳴らしそうか？
やれやれ、人のことは言えませんよ。トウコさんだってワーカホリック寸前じゃないですか。もっと余裕のあるコミュニケーションを取りませんか？立場上、いつ最後の仰せになるかわからないわけですし。
ふざけろ。いつも何もこれが最後だよ、エリ。
Toko curtly rejected the smiling priest's request for a chat. She was being as blunt as she could.
だいたい次があるとしたら、その時は殺し合いだろう。お互い手の内は知っているしな。顔を合わせた瞬間、どちらかが死んでいる。会話なんぞしている暇があるか？
それはトウコさんだけの思い込みですけどね。どうして邪魔者は始末するという方向でしか物事を考えられないんでしょうか。
Eri shrugged his shoulders in frustration. Toko kept her gaze fixed intently on his overcoat. No matter how many times he said he wanted to resolve this peacefully, she would bet her pride that he didn't mean it.
まったく、そういうところも成長して帰ってくるんですから。育つのは女性としての魅力だけに留めておいてほしいものです。ああ、そう睨まない。本題に入りますから。目下、教会への報告は私が一任されています。司祭への報告は、現在、管理者は異端者と交戦中、中立の条約に基づき、司祭代理権限で監督中。なお、異端者の所属は不明。現在履歴を調査中。といったところです。
Okay.
この町に現れた魔術師は所属不明ということになっているんだな。
ええ。シスターユイカは私とは別所轄の方ですが、彼女は異端者の攻防はおろか、その姿さえつかめていません。彼女が単独で敵の正体を暴くまで、教会から横槍が入ることはないんじゃないですかね。今まで通り、土地を狙いに来た魔術師同士の小競り合いだと思っているんじゃないですか。
そうか。では取引成立だな。お前が私の帰国の剣を握りつぶしている間は、私も多少回り道をする。青崎の親戚筋にも手は出さない。
よかった。東子さんは無差別な破壊工作はしませんが、とにかく最適な道筋を好みますから。勢い、どこぞの工場とかオフィスビルとか秘密基地にしそうでしょ。私がこちらに赴任している間、流血事件が続くと困るというか、私の評価が落ちるようなことは何とも。
Toko had to resist the urge to object and ask just what kind of person he thought he was. She didn't hate wastefulness. She did hate wastefulness, but she wasn't about to entirely abandon society and its norms just for the sake of doing things optimally. Besides, criminal activities were always a pain to clean up later and thus far more inefficient.
まあいいさ。お互いの利益が一致したんだからな。では、あとはことが済むまで生還を決め込んでおけ。
もうお帰りですか。名残惜しいですね。結局一度も今のあなたの素顔を見られなかった。
私は逆だ。そのカマキリ面もこれで見納めかと思うとせいせいする。
ああ、待ってください。お別れの前に一つ質問を。
Eri spoke just as Toko was about to take a step back. He had effortlessly stopped her from leaving.
所感なのですが、東子さん、今大変息苦しくはありませんか？
まさか。私はかつてないほど充実しているよ。なぜそんなことを聞く、エイリ？
いえ、だって楽しそうではありますが、幸せそうではありませんので、あなた自身気づいてはいないようでしたから、知己として心配になったのです。
幸せの定義か。思い出したよ。お前の口癖だったな、それは。幸せの形は人それぞれだと。まったくその通りだ。私の良しとする幸福が他人であるお前にわかるものか。
いや、そりゃ細かいところまではわかりませんけどね。特に女の人の幸福感なんて、それこそ危機快快ですから。ですがほら、幸福の形は2つに大別できます。東子さんの場合、それすら気づいていないようですから、大変見苦しい
Look
な
at this guy, vague
と
posting.
思いまして。
Ritsuka is voiced by Shizuka Ito. Ooh,
ご忠
that's
告
cool.
痛み
I
入
didn't
る。
know that.
腐っても兄弟子というわけか。いいぞ。聞いてやるから言ってみろ。
If it happened to be something worthless, she would kill him. If it erased all the progress she had made on her plans over the past month, or even the last 2 years, she would kill him. Toko's hostility had clearly turned to murderous rage.
当たり前のことですよ。相対的なものと絶対的なもの、比べる相手がいるかいないかが幸福の違いです。自分が穏やかであれば幸福なのか、 どんなに満ち足りていても人より劣っていては我慢できない人間なのか。幸福の定義なんて詰まるところはその2つですよ。私が言うまでもありませんが、多くの人間はただ人より少しだけ幸せでありたいのです。
The holy man smiled calmly, wrapped in his shadowy black clothing. Toko remembered clearly now. This is a man who actually didn't believe in the concept of true happiness.
ほら、そんな殺気は収めてシスターユイカが飛んできます。トウコさんの幸福感は絶対的なもの。あなたは自分が確かであれば満ち足りるタイプの人だったんですけどね。
Very similar to Aoko.
他人が気になるなんて、そんな相対的な幸福感を持っているのは。
He stopped himself before he could say Aoko. Oh, never mind. Never mind. The priest seemed to have spoken out of genuine concern for Toko, but his words had the opposite effect on her. Although he was reluctant to part on such ill terms, Eri knew it was best not to anger Toko any further.
言葉が過ぎました。お許しを、ハイマスター。それでは私はこれで、あなたたちにとっていい結果になることを祈っています。
さっさと消えろ、極つぶし。最後まで陰気臭い真似をしやがって。だいたいその服装どうなんだ？街中でマントなんて羽織って敬遠されないのか？
皆さんもう慣れてくださいましたから。それに、ほら、この格好だと獲物を刺していてもバレないでしょ。まあ、トウコさんには見抜かれてしまいましたが、相手があなたですからね。
Fair. Eri turned and walked back in the direction he came from with a smile still on his face.
ふざけやがって。こっちは1本、それも担当ぐらいにしか見抜けなかった。そもそも3本ってなんだ。魔術師でもないくせにどうやったら隠せるんだ。
Toko muttered to herself as she thought back over the man who had stood before her just moments ago. She surely hated the fact that he had the upper hand on her, but she also felt a bit relieved. She had actually noticed how heavily armored he was during that brief conversation. It would have been enough to instantly set off a fight. Toko wasn't sure which one of them would have come out the victor if that had happened. Bro's nasty, okay. Eri Fumizuka had been that kind of man for as long as she had known him. He didn't need a reason or even an opponent to fight, nor did he need any kind of connection or hatred. He was just a machine that simply needed an ignition. He was murder incarnate, with no qualms about cutting someone down. Toko had only seen that side of him once. It was back when she was still a relatively happy disciple of magecraft. Toko had been standing quietly before her grandfather, crying. The instant her first tears fell, without warning, without hesitation, Eri cut down their master in an instant. Huh.
なんで？どうしてあなたがあの人を切りつけたの？
いえ、今なら切れると思いました。
Yeah? But was a psychopath in the beginning. Eri could not fathom how much this cut response would affect such a young Toko. He had not meant to say, my opponent showed a moment of weakness and I knew I could win, so I took the opportunity. All he meant was, I felt capable of killing him, so I did. This man had become her grandfather's disciple, forged an unrivaled friendship with him, and yet had still mercilessly cut him down before the very desire arose. When the very desire arose. He possessed some sort of superhuman ability that had allowed him to destroy the mortal vessel of a mage who had been infinitely close to being a magician. Damn.
ああ、ほんとうさんくさい、めんどくさい。でも、目障りだから絶対殺すし、魔法を奪ってからの仕事がまた一つ増えちゃったじゃない。バカエリ。
Toko put her glasses back on and turned on her heel. She had completed all her major tasks for the day. All that was left was to make some money and buy food for her familiar and head back to the hideout.
ちょ、何あの乙女軸
What? Setting aside Bill's mental shout of dismay for a moment. The scent that had been bothering him for the past few days had suddenly disappeared. His employer was back to being the old Toko Aozaki he knew, and she was headed into the entertainment district. Bill sniffed at the air. The scent had vanished, and he no longer had a reason to continue tailing Toko. But where had it gone? And where had it come from in the first place? Bill thought about it for a few moments.
さっきの男が怪しいよね。
Bill regained his composure and decided to follow the trail of the man's scent. He had no idea that there was going to be his employer's worst nightmare. Where he was going to be his employer's worst nightmare. How the church was set up to accept visitors any time of the day, any day of the year. The church was a savior of the lost and the poor, and recently had even ventured into the wedding industry for some extra income. It was closely involved with the public welfare of Misaki City and was doing fairly well for itself in that regard. However, there was one problem.
エイリ神父はまた外出ですか。律香もサボタージュ。奉仕の生徒さんたちも日に日に減っていく一方。結局、労働力は私一人だけなのですね。
Even the financial situation was stable, they seemed to be chronically understaffed.
だいたいこの町の人々は新人が足りなさすぎます。給金がなければ働けないなど、人生を何だと思っているのでしょう。物欲だけで構成された一日を過ごしていては、懐は豊かになっても心が貧しくなるだけでしょうに。
The nun muttered to herself quietly as she picked up the stepladder with one hand. Although it was a proper stepladder, they used for cleaning the church windows and weighed too much to be carried by even two strong adults. The mass didn't seem to phase her.
人々の心の荒廃も気になりますが、物価の上昇も捨ておけません。消費税なるものの導入もささやかれますし、エイリ神父にはもっと一日で驚異的な成果を上げる結婚式の素晴らしさを知っていただかないと。あの人は誰彼何彼気分で世話をして後のこととか考えませんから。裏庭に集まった野良猫たちはどうするんですか。ああ、私ですね。それも私が受け持つのですね。もう何でもかんでも肉体労働は私なのですね。
Okay. This nun mumbling to herself at a near constant pace was Sister Yuika Suset. There was a reason for her unusual behavior. Yuika was completely blind and had honed her other senses to keenly perceive her surroundings. She was extremely sensitive to the presence of living creatures, particularly humans, and could detect when someone was within a radius of 30 feet. She could talk to herself so openly now because she did not sense anyone nearby.
今日の余り物はと。ああ、もらい物でジャムの詰め合わせがありましたね。どうなのでしょう、主よ。猫って2日経った岩のように硬いパンでもペーストすればいける口なんでしょうか。玉ねぎだけは出すなと律香が言っていた気がしますが。
Sister Yuika was busy putting away the cleaning tools while simultaneously trying to prepare dinner for the hungry animals mewing in the back garden. When suddenly,
おや、新しい迷子ですか。
Sister Yuika suddenly sensed the presence of a small dog in the church.
ごめんなさい。今日は猫限定の日なの。君が混ざってしまったら猫どもが驚くわ。餌ならここで恵んであげますから、中に入るのはまた今度にしてくださいね。それ以上入ったら向かいの家の屋根あたりまでご退場願いますよ。
She put her foot in front of the small brown dog to stop him from coming any further inside the church's gate. Yuika was somewhat rougher in her treatment of non-human creatures.
何この神気臭い生き物。
Oh! Bill, who convinced himself to transform into a small dog instead of a wolf like he really wanted, only saw Sister Yuika as an obstacle in his way. He could smell the scent of the man in black ahead, further inside. Bill thought little of humans, but in this moment, Sister Yuika was simply an obstacle. So naturally, he ignored the warnings and attempted to push through to the gate.
なんでしょうこの色。この子すごい色していますけど、もしかして高級な品種なのでしょうか。だとしたら
He might be some wealthy person's pet. Since the dog came to the church, its rich owner might also attend church services. Yuka stopped trying to push the dog away from the gate.
ごめんなさいね。エイリ神父が目当てなんでしょうけど、また出かけてしまったの。今日一番の餌をあげますから、おとなしく帰ってくださいませ。
ああ、もう邪魔、この神気臭い人。よし、周りに誰もいないし、首を噛みよ
Don't
う。
do it. Bill's front legs stopped suddenly before he could launch himself at Sister Yuika. Pop. Sister Yuika opened the lid of the bottle she held and poured out a glimmering liquid into a small dish. She set it down in front of the dog.
ほら、お食べ。
The mysterious unknown liquid sat in front of Bill. It smelled like nothing he'd ever smelled before. Bill was known to let curiosity get the best of him. Even if it was poisoned, no poison of the natural world could harm him. He leapt up a mouthful.
何？
He leapt up a little more.
この
He leapt up even more.
味。
He leapt up more and more.
おや、牛乳を飲むような舐めっぷり。犬ながら惚れ惚れします。
これもっと欲しい。
The church became filled with the echoes of Bill's boisterous barking. At this point, he'd completely forgotten about the man's scent.
甘いですか？私も感動しました。犬どもにも甘味をたしなむ心があるのですね。
甘い。これが甘いってこと？
Bill looked up at Sister Yuika as she whispered to him. He had a feeling that sweet was an important word he should remember. This food sent a sensation through him that was like a flash of lightning. Until this point, eating food had been nothing more than a process of refueling. He liked burgers, but that never amounted to more than a preference for a particular mouthfeel. He only ate because he needed the nutrition. But that was different. This food was not necessary for his survival. And yet he knew he wanted more. He didn't really need it, but it made him feel good. It was like food for his soul rather than his body.
そもそもこの匂いって。
He stopped wagging his tail. The golden wolf, in the form of a small dog, sat with the food that was the very origin of his name in front of him. Beowulf was faced with a difficult problem he was unable to solve. Sat with the food that was the very origin. Okay.
ただいま。
はい。おかえりなさい、ベオくん。遅いお帰りにお姉さん心配しちゃっ
So
た。
what was it?
こんな時間まで無断外出とか心配したぞ。
Bill had transformed back into a human form and returned to the workshop. Toko was waiting there for him, with a big strange smile on her face.
あ、そうか。
Bill knew he had messed up. He had failed to get back home before Toko because of Sister Yuika.
正座は嫌です。そりゃ無断で外に出てたけど、誰にも見つかってないし、別に僕悪いことしてないし。
誰にも見つかっていないってことはベオくん、裏山で遊んでたの？
裏山じゃなくて町。気づかなかったでしょ。実はトウコさんを尾行していただけなのです。
Oh. Toko froze at Bill's completely unexpected response. But she was used to him by now. She just sighed and rubbed her head, now throbbing from a terrible headache.
いいでしょう。見つからなければいたずらじゃないと教えたのは私だしね。主人の尾行禁止とは命令していなかったし。でもどうやって人目を避けたの？その格好だったらさすがに気づくと思うんだけど、私。
そこは企業秘密です。教えたら今日みたいなトウコさんもう見れなくなっちゃうし。
Oh, oops. Toko's response is both honest and out of character. Even Bill was surprised at how taken aback she was by his statement.
それは違う。どんな勘違いをしたのか知らないけど、あれはただの交渉よ。教会の神父相手に町を人質に見立てて不干渉を念押ししただけで。
いや、楽しそうに見えたのは女の人の方だけど、あの全身ぐるぐる巻きに自分を縛ってた方。
Woman and wolf stared at each other for a silent moment. Bill looked satisfied with himself and his secret information.
つまりあれってトウコさんのつがい？
Mate. Toko nearly choked at the utterly fearless question. The puppet master wordlessly removed her glasses and tamped down her emotions.
なんでそんな言葉だけ知ってるんだお前は。耳戸島にも程があるぞ。
こんなの生き物として普通の言葉じゃない。まあトウコさんが普通の生き物だとは思っていなかったから僕としても意外だけど。それでどうなの？あのパッとしないポテトみたいなオス。
Oops. Bill was suddenly irritated. He was irritated, but he couldn't figure out why.
何も何も、お前の言う通りしなびたフライドポテトだよ。少なくとも私にとってはね。
本当？ただの敵？トウコさんにとって特別なのは僕だけ？
ああ、今のところはね。焼けぼっくいに火がつくかとも思ったが、完全にしけっていた。あれを前にしてどうこう思うの
Oh
は
shit.
もう二度とないだろうさ。
Oh shit.
そっか。なんでもないならもう忘れることにします。でも焼けぼっくいって何？
Oh shit, I had a thing.
思い出を蒸し返して前後不覚に陥ること。まあその可能性だって少しはあったと思うよ。あんなんでも私の初恋の相手のようだし。
Bill had no first-hand experience with love, but he at least understood the concept of first love.
初恋ってトウコさんに？
つがいはありで初恋はなしとか、どれだけ私を動物的に見ているんだ、お前は。昔の話だよ。私が10代になったばかりで、あれが祖父の弟子だった頃の話だ。奴は魔術ではなく精神修行の一環として祖父と付き合っていたが。
Toko spoke indifferently, and it was clear from the look on her face that there was no longer any attachment there. Yet there was still tenderness in her words that caused Bill to furrow his brow.
トウコさんまだ好きなわけ？
いや、自分でも呆れるぐらい何もなかった。ただ青春の幻影というのかな。そういう頃の象徴のような知人とは話すだけで懐かしいものなんだよ。人間的には全く魅力を感じなくなったが、奴と話しているだけでこう昔の自分を思い返して笑いたくなる。
Bill grew only more confused as Toko spoke with such passion. He couldn't wrap his head around the concept that she hated him yet somehow also still liked him.
そういうの僕わかんないな。
お前には好き嫌いがないからな。ロジックだけじゃ人の関係は解けないよ。
そんなのあります。食べ物だって襟好みするじゃんか僕。
お前の基準は有益か無益かだけだろ。野生動物にとって味覚は十分な栄養値があるかないかを測るセンサーでしかない。栄養値を度外視して食事をとるのは人間だけだ。自分の体に合っているからその食材を好むではないんだよ。人は楽しいか楽しくないかで食事をとる。
甘いもの好きなものって甘く見えるの？
ものの例えだが苦くは見えないだろ。まあ人によってはそれもありだが、そのあたりはあれだな、性癖の問題だ。卵が先か鶏が先かの話さ。好きだから甘いのか甘いから好きなのかとね。
Sure.
でも僕 瞳子さんは甘く見えないけど。
Wow.
そりゃそうだろう。そもそもお前はまだ生きていないからな。あるだけのものと生きていることはまた別の話だ。皮肉な話だがね、その違いを知った時、お前は無敵ではなくなるよ、ベオ。さあ、夕食だ。今日も大勝ちしたからな。霜降りのいいとこ
This
ろを
house
買っ
is
てきた
making me
ぞ。
sleepy throughout this entire extra chapter. Toka walked into the classroom, back in her usual mood. Beo lingered in the hallway, looking dejected. You're not actually alive. Those words pierced right through Beo's heart, and he didn't quite know why yet. 3 weeks had passed before he got a hint why that was the case. Lu Beowulf was perfect, and yet he would lose, at the hands of a particularly imperfect creature. Okay. Oh, never mind. The sound of a phone ringing echoed through the empty hallways of the school. It was January, and both the mage who had remodeled the building and the magician who had expelled her from it were long gone. Oh shit! The telephone that Toko had installed on a whim rang and rang without letting up, as if it knew for sure that someone was there to answer it.
ああ、もううるさいな。
Something rustled inside. There were definitely no people inside the school building, but there was one non-human creature sleeping there.
はい、こちら伽藍の堂第二出張店。
Hollow
天使は
Shrine?
尻尾巻いて逃げ出した後ですので、ご用のある方は発信音の後にメッセージを。ん？どうこ
Yeah.
さん？うん、はいはい。どうぞ行ってらっしゃい。僕のことはお構いなく。
The classroom was occupied by a young boy with blonde hair. Even before the phone rang, he was in human form. It used to be that when he was alone, he would always doze off in his wolf form, but not anymore. There was no real need for him to stay in this human form, but he did anyway. It was now his normal state of being when he was not in combat.
じゃ、必要になったら呼んでよね。契約は切れたけど、僕はまだ瞳子さんの使い魔だし。うん、そう。嫌味なんかじゃないって。狼はね、誇り高いんだよ。瞳子さん以上の雇い主が見つかるまで、首輪はそっちに預けておきます。
Bea couldn't help but wonder where Toko was traveling. She had accepted her loss and ended her contract with her familiar. She said it was because she hadn't fulfilled her promise to let him fight magic. However, that was actually the fault of her familiar and not her responsibility at all. Bea had not fulfilled his duty as her bodyguard yet.
で、瞳子さんは今どこ？
It was the name of a country he wasn't familiar with. After the battle, she had promptly left Japan to develop a way to break the curse.
何が敗北を認めただよ。それって、まだ諦めてないってことじゃん。
Toko left on the other end of the line. Somehow, Bea sensed a tropical scent coming through the phone. What? Whether that was a mystical effect of Toko's handcrafted phone, or the werewolf's super senses was unclear.
じゃ、さっさと帰ってきてね。僕はこっちに残ってるから。おいしいお土産よろしく。
Toko asked him why. If he had really decided to stay on as her familiar, there was no reason for him to stay there.
実は僕もよくわかんない。
As he stumbled over his words, Bea patted his chest a few times and remembered the pain he had felt.
まあ、なんと言いましょうか。ここにいれば、甘いってどんなものか、わかるような気がするのです。
The wolf who had learned to accept being wasteful expressed his future goal, a vague hint of delight in his voice. No, that's cute. Thus concluded an exceptionally rare case of first love, sweet as honey. That's cute. Okay. Oh, it was honey. Oh. And this is, oh my goodness, 1 hour 20. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's go. By the way, it's safe to assume that this Toko here is the same Toko, like from the same timeline as the Toko from Garden of Sinners, right? Probably. Welcome to the Konji Estate, Misaki Town in the Fall, a year after the Witch of the Holy Night. What follows is the next chapter that's pretty long. If you just finished Witch of the Holy Night, we recommend you take a break first. Yeah? Okay. Noon, Central Park. I finished making extra prints at the store and threw away the disposable camera so I didn't have to carry it around. It was a beautiful day out. The sky was clear and the autumn air was crisp. The troubles of the summer were gone and it was a brand new day. I, Kojiga Kumari, was about to spend my long weekend at the strangest of events.
お待たせ。あれ、クマったら大荷物。なんでそんな大きなボストンバッグなんて持ってきたの？
An hour had passed already, and it was 1 p.m. Aoko Aozaki arrived at our meeting place. Aozaki was my classmate, friend, and comrade at the student council. We'd only been friends since high school, but it oddly felt longer, like we'd always known each other. As you can see, she was as bright and lively as ever. Ishiki was a drink. She'd be a soft drink, a carbonated soda. She was the kind of person who solved a tough problem by hitting it until it surrendered.
今日のクオンジテーパーティーはこっちでいろいろ用意してあるから手ぶらでいいって招待状に書いてなかった？
Okay.
何それ聞いてない。まったく間違いだらけね。誕生日を祝うから連休始めに来てほしい。各自料理持参としか書かれていなかったわ。
Bring your own food. Okay.
そうなの？ごめんごめん。アリスったらこういうのまだ慣れていないから。朝一でやっぱり迎えに来てって電話してきたのはそういうわけだったのね。まあそれはそれとして、後ろのなんとも場違いに地味な方ってもしかしてお連れの方？
あれ、嫌だな。このスーツ昨日おろしたばっかりなんだけど、おめかしして見えないかい？
コピーペーパーと見間違うほどいつも通りです、山城先生。それで今日は何でしょう？教え子を尾行するとか、あと数年したら立派な犯罪になりますから自重してほしいんですけど。
Nice, good influence. Aozaki never pulled her punches, inside or outside the school. She was particularly harsh to Mr. Yamashiro, almost like they were related.
お、ストーキングってやつだね。そういうのは青崎くんの方が得意だと思うんだが、いや、あくまで個人的な感想だから聞き流して。
Wow.
ほら、
Call out.
怖い顔しないでこれを見てみて。今朝僕のところにも招待状が送られていてね。見れば生徒会の役員が参加とある。
The invitation Mr. Yamashiro pulled out was the same as the one I got. Aozaki looked surprised, to say the least. There was no act.
その字は宗十郎か。あいつが変に律儀なこと気をつけておくべきだった。
素晴らしい気遣いじゃないか。僕はね、青崎くん、しずきくんはいつか多分おそらく機会さえあればやる生徒だと思っていたんだ。それがこんな楽しそうなイベントに青崎が何するか不安なので監督しに来てくださいなんて書かれた招待状を送ってくるなんて成長の度合い著しい。
Aozaki let out a defeated sigh. She couldn't turn away Mr. Yamashiro since he'd been formally invited. However cold-hearted she appeared, she didn't have a sense of etiquette. She did have a sense of etiquette.
仕方ない。こぶつきだけど案内するわ。
She's so tiny.
二人ともクオンジ邸は初めて？
初めてです。地元の住人なら白犬塚にはあまり近寄りませんからね。 今年の夏だってほら。
私はそうでもないけど、そもそもこの山、この辺りの子供にしたらちょっとした聖地なんだし。
Maybe Sacred Ground was an exaggeration, but I couldn't think of a better way to describe it. For years, there had been urban legends circulating around the hills there, like the demon dog of the slope, or the one where if you went into the woods on a foggy day, you'd come out either as someone different or with strange powers. Those stories are probably the reason kids came here, to test their courage. In elementary school, if you went into the woods and touched the mailbox of the haunted house, you were officially awesome, right up until graduation. I guess that's why Sacred Ground seemed to fit the area. Sure.
なるほど。青崎くんは2年半この道を通学路に使っていたんだね。そりゃ足も鍛えられるってもんだ。
Mr. Yamashiro gazed down at the city excitedly. Maybe it was the first time he'd seen it from this angle. I'd like to feel that excited too, but I couldn't relax given the situation. Because...
青崎くん、受験勉強ははかどってる？ま、君はきっちり自己管理できる子だから心配するまでもないんだけどね。
言われなくてもきっちりやってます。山城先生のお手は煩わせません。
ならいいけど、青崎くん推薦蹴っちゃうんだもんな。そんなに地元の大学は嫌かい？
いや、というわけではありません。選択肢を狭めたくなかっただけです。私は結構ですから、助言ならくまりさんにしてあげてください。
いや、くまりくんは鉄板でしょう。もうみぞらの推薦取っているんですから。
Okay.
ご両親もくまりくん自身もみぞらへの進学を決めているわけですし。
あ。
I suddenly tried to tell Aozaki to ignore the topic. Let me take a moment here to talk about my history and what was happening today. My name is Kujiga Kumari. I'm a third-year senior in high school. You know what students are like, struggling through exams without any hopes or dreams. Well, I'm not a typical student. I want to attend a college in the city. I'm planning to attend a local university. Given my current academic performance, that should be a piece of cake. My parents insist I get a job. They don't want me attending college at all.
お前はうちの家業を手伝うんだから大学に行く必要はない。
That's my old-fashioned father for you. As big and as hard-headed as a bear. Luckily, my older brothers managed to convince him to let me go despite his archaic ways.
マッドダディ、小鹿にはまだ学生生活が必要だ。特に体操競技とか。あん馬をやらずして何が青春か。
It reminds me of Tatsuko's family from Aprilia.
だからお前は長男なのだ。釣りはこそ司法。あん馬とか軟弱すぎて話にならん。バッカじゃねえのダブル兄貴。かっちょいいのは鉄棒でしょやっぱ。縦回転のグルーヴ感とか脳内麻薬ドッパドパ。そして自慢したうちの妹美咲で一番可愛いって自慢したい。クソですかねスケート部のやつらとか間違いなく俺たちに土下座するよね。
They're standing up for her. Honestly, my brothers are idiots. Those gymnastics events were made only for God's sake.
なんという無屈激兄弟愛。お前たちのような脳筋をこれ以上増やしたくないが、小鹿ならそんな悪夢はおきまい。しゃあねえ。
They're just JoJo characters.
水原大なら俺も許す。地元の大学だし、うちの常連さんも増えるだろうしな。
That was a decision my four brothers and my father came to in their little huddle. Just thinking about my family makes me want to die. But that's how it has been since elementary school, so I'm used to feeling like that. I did as my father asked and set my sights on Mizora Sport Science U. Sport Science? Oh, hell yeah. That put him at ease, but I had other things in mind. I convinced him to let me put down a college in the city as my safety school.
先生への建前上、 進路希望には3つまで志望校を書く必要があったの。形の上だけだから。受験
Oops. My father believed every word of it. Of course, I fully intended to go to my second choice in the city. Thus, I secretly worked a part-time job. I saved enough over the 3 years to cover living costs if I got in. I had to get a loan for tuition fees, but it was the only way to make the plan work. My father was stubborn and brash, but he appreciated hard work and diligence. If he saw that I passed my exams while saving up enough money to pay for myself, he'd probably let me go. Not that I wouldn't even if he disapproved. Everything was going according to plan so far. The only thing that could stop me was sudden illness preventing me from taking the entrance exam. Oh, right, there was one other thing.
そういえ
Don't
ば
jinx it.
青崎くんは彼氏とかいないのかい？
Japan got tuition fees, yeah. Aozaki didn't reply. It's a beautiful day and Mr. Yamashiro had been invited to a party, so he couldn't be thinking straight. Oh, oops. He'd unknowingly spoken a word forbidden in Misaki High. Strangely, then again, maybe it's not so strange. Aozaki was single. She was undoubtedly attractive if she wasn't speaking to you. But she was permanently in a bad mood and didn't bother with small talk.
山城先生、徹夜明けですか？
いや、だってほら、気になるでしょ？もうすぐ生徒会の役割から解放されるわけですしね。青崎くんほどの子が青春を謳歌しないのは教師として僕も心苦しい。
お心遣いありがとうございます、山城先生。でしたら今から付き合いましょうか、私たち。とりあえず恋人同士らしく
Be careful, Yamashiro.
そこの暗がりに連れ込んでいいですか？ええ、これからすることとかあまり人目につくとまずいので。
She's evil. She's evil. Aozaki beamed. If looks could kill.
ごめん、確かに正気じゃなかった。だからその明日にも僕から職を奪いそうな企みはやめてくれ。
Yeah, this is gonna be a lesson for him.
そもそも受験生に恋はご法度だったしね。いや、健全で大いに結構。
Mr. Yamashiro left uncomfortably.
まったくです。くれぐれも口には気をつけてくださいね、山城先生。これから行くところでそんな浮ついた頭のやつとかいませんからね、クマ。そうね、パーティーといってもあくまで誕生会って話だし。
I was starting to feel a little inadequate. I wasn't as attractive or as cool as Aozaki. I mean, I wasn't even sure my college plan was really going to work. I felt more anxious every day. Pathetic, I know. If I didn't already have enough to worry about, there was the equally big problem of a boy at school.
けどよくクオンジさんが承諾したわね。青崎の話じゃ彼女の父親でさえめったに入れないんでしょ？うん、それには私も驚いてる。人間変われば変わるもんだってね。
しずきくんのお友達なら上がってもらって構わないけど。
なんてセリフ、アリスから出ると思わなかったわ。
The gate to Shiroinuzuka stood tall, as if designed to warn off visitors. Surely Tobi and Kinomi are gonna be coming as well. Aozaki opened the gate. It wasn't even locked. I felt like we were passing into a different world. Was it just me, or did the trees and mountains look different inside? Ooh. Wait, what did it say? The trees and mountains look different inside. Might be an ill omen. Oh, save? That actually is smart. Maybe it was unlocked. I spaced out and then thoughts filled my mind.
くまりくん、何しているんですか？行きますよ。
はい、すぐ行きます。
The other two had already set off. I picked up my things and followed them. Aozaki was verbally sparring with Mr. Yamashiro as they walked down the tree-lined path. I heard after them. Looking up at the sky, I saw ominous clouds starting to roll in.
あれ今日の天気予報どうだったっけ
The heavens looked like they could open up at any moment. Would I have to trek back home in the rain? Once we were past of the woods, I could see more clearly. In the clearing stood a large building that felt out of time.
おや、これはまた立派な洋館だ。幽霊屋敷なんて誰が言い出したんだろうね。誹謗中傷もいいところだ。
そうでもないですよ。火のないところに煙は立たないって言葉、ここに限っては本当ですから。お化けが出たくらいで騒がないでくださいね、山城先生。
青崎くんがそんな冗談を口にするなんて、僕らとしてはそっちの方が怖いな。
I wonder if he actually believed her. I've known Aozaki for 3 years and I think she's never told a joke with that expression.
青崎、今の話、本当？
Also, it's interesting that we're getting to actually see it in first person now. The story.
お化けが出るかは別にして、不思議なことなら起こらないこともないわ。大丈夫。おかしなものを見てもスルーすれば害はないから。
I agreed with Mr. Yamashiro. Ignore anything weird, even ghosts, was kind of a scary thing to say. The foyer of the Koonji estate was colder than I expected. I knew the mountains were colder, but this was something else. It felt like winter in here.
中も驚きですね。外見から典型的なチューダー式かと思いましたが、ロビーの作りはロマネスク建築に近い。隣の通路とロビーとでも大きく年代が違いますね。まるでここだけ違う建物から持ってきた。おや？
不思議、山城がいるよ。
I heard a stupid, irritating voice behind me, and sure enough, there was an idiot standing in the foyer.
お、小鹿も一緒じゃん。
Kojika.
そっか、会長ったら朝からいないと思ったら2人を迎えに行ってたんだな。
ちょっと、なんでホウスケがいんのよ。宗十郎が声をかけたんでしょ。あいつ、今日はみんなを喜ばせるとか張り切ってたから。
Of course, the boys need to be here as well.
適切なチョイスじゃないけど、最悪ってわけでもないんじゃない？木の実くん、とにかく騒がしいし。
Where's Toby?
おう、任せとけ。ご期待に沿うよう今日は大量に新ネタ仕込んできたからね。階段もモノマネ芸もそう簡単には品切れにはならねえぜ。
騒がしいだけならガチョウでも代用は効くでしょうに。静木の考えってほんとわかんない。ホウスケ、バカッとしてないで荷物持ってよ。
そこはボケだよね。ボケって言うんだよね、普通。
He's a concierge now. I ignored him and put my overnight bag down on the floor.
中身見ないだよね。
頼まれたって見ないっしょ。小鹿の色気のない着替えとかもう No thanks, no future, no tax.
I love Kinomi. No thanks, no future, no tax.
いや、にしても重いな。体に似合わず重装備じゃねえか、おい。
This guy. Hosuke picked up my bag and carried it toward the hallway to the east wing. Of course it was heavy. Couldn't come here without my trusty wok, cleaver, rice, and chashu. What if I wanted fried rice later? True, that is necessary.
あっちが今よ。基本パーティー会場はこっちだから。それとアリスの気遣いで客室も用意されているから、疲れたらそっちに移動して。
In that case. Oh shit. I'll check out the guest room first. I should head to the drawing room. head up on. You can change the narrative too if you like. Now I wanna guess. I wanna see who's here. Drawing room. Yeah, at the very least, I should greet the mansion's owner and the guests. I decided to head straight to the drawing room.
こっちこっち。もう大体集まってるから。
The corridor of the east wing's first floor was dimly lit. I could hear the sound of friendly chatter from beyond the door ahead. The moment I entered, I had to stop myself from jumping out of my skin. The parlor was cozy compared to the lobby, but I didn't have time to appreciate it. I was too distracted by a familiar face I hadn't expected to run into. First was Alice Kuonji. I was nervous because I'd only met her once or twice, but she wasn't the one who surprised me. Oh! Next was Bill. He was a child who often hung around the shopping district, almost like a guardian spirit, or perhaps a greedy little goblin. I'd spoken to him before, so he wasn't a shocker either. Toby, yep. Last was a student council vice president. Come to think of it, he was acquainted with Aozaki and Shizuki, so it made sense he'd be at this birthday party. He's looking dapper. He's looking good. It did make sense, right?
ちょっと、なんで築地がいるの？あら、飛び丸も来るって言ってなかったっけ？
Look at his shirt. I don't know what it says
と
on
いう
him.
か、
I'll
いち
see.
いち言わないとダメだったかしら。ダメってことは
No,
な
oops.
らいいじゃない。生徒会じゃ毎日顔合わせているんだし、気にならないでしょ？学校の中と外は別よ。だいたい私これ普段着なんだし。
Oh. Aozaki gave me a look that said, and? Of course that was a problem. Could you blame me for hiding it? To be frank, I had a crush on Tobimaru Tsukiji. Oh. I'd felt this way for 3 years. 3 whole years and I still hadn't said anything. I knew it was spineless of me. Yo, I want to see that story unfold. This might not mean much coming from me, but I wasn't always a coward. Then in my freshman year, I was only vaguely aware of him as Aozaki's co-worker. I only really became aware of my feelings during my second year. He spoke to me often, maybe because he trusted me as Aozaki's friend. And whenever he did, I went home happy. At the time, I didn't know why. The realization hit me when he happened to be cleaning up together. We happened to be cleaning up together after a school festival my second year. We were just hiding things away when BAM! I realized maybe I'd liked him all along. Crazy. They say love's a poison. But yeesh, talk about the delayed effects. Anyway, nothing really changed after that. In an act of rebellion against my simple-minded family, I decided to never inherit the family business. That was why I like to believe I've been hardworking and disciplined since middle school. It's a personal point of pride. And it made it all the more excruciating to accept that I'd been overtaken by teenage infatuation. You could say that I lacked courage. Eventually, the school year passed by even as I did nothing about my feelings, but never got over them. We entered the fall of my third year. Graduation was close, but I still had no idea what to do about my crush. Then I learned to my surprise that Tsukiji would be attending a local college. I had this on good authority, since I'd flexed my powers as a student council member to dig into it. It wasn't Mizora, but if he was going to a nearby school, that would be unfortunate. After all, if I also went to a college nearby, I wouldn't be able to cut my ties with him. Aozaki told me once.
飛び丸、クマのこと気に入ってると思うけど。
Ah,
だって
don't give her
あいつ
false hope.
好きなやつとしか世間話しないでしょ。
I wanted to believe it was true. I mean, he even broke his arm to save me during the craziness this summer. Yeah? I didn't know Tsukiji had a girlfriend, but I was sure I had a chance if I asked him out. But, giving in felt like throwing away everything I'd fought for so far. Ever since I was a kid, I'd planned ahead. I used to look down on classmates that were obsessed with childish dreams and romance. And now, here I was, actually willing to give up 6 long years of hard work for the dumbest of reasons. That wasn't me. That wasn't the Kojika Kumari I was trying to become.
小鹿？どうしたの？考え事？うん。 ちょっと頭冷やしてた。
Hey,
おかげ
okay.
で落ち着いたから問題なし。さて、クオンジさんに挨拶しないとね。
So I said, but I couldn't shake a slight tinge of regret. I should have listened to Aozaki instead of laughing through my nose when she said to wear something nice to the party. Well, it's not like I had a nice dress to wear anyway, so there isn't much I could have done to impress him. I clapped my hands on my cheeks to get my head on straight, and tried to carry myself as I always did. After greeting the mistress of the house, I went into the adjacent sunroom. I recognized the other guests there, so there was no need for introductions. The sunroom and drawing room were connected, and you could see each room from the other. Miss Konji sat on a sofa in the drawing room, elegantly sipping a cup of tea. Chatting nearby were Hosuke and Mr. Yamashiro. Didn't expect to see him here.
ほう、裏庭の方にちらりと見えたのは多くの木なのですか。日本で言えば奈良ですが、僕の記憶には該当しないな。何か特別な品種なんでしょうね。日本のものとイギリスのものは見た目からして違いますし、多くの品種はそれこそ400以上ありますから。
相変わらず自分の言いたいことしか言わないよね、この人。ハルシちゃん、この先生は人の心にずかずか踏み込んでくる蛮族だから無視しちゃっていいぜ。
Having all these characters in one spot is actually kind of peak. That's actually great.
それより俺と冬休みの予定について話し合わない？ハリシちゃん、スキーとか苦手そうだな。そこでこの頼れる木の実宝介が手取り足取り教えたいな。
二人とも退屈とは程遠い人なの。
chew them out.
理解したわ。木の実くんと先生はしつけられたウッドペッカーのよう。
あの木をつつくか喋ってるだけのアホ
Whoa,
ど
you
い
can't
と
speak in
ど
front
う
of
か
them.
すかこのシャバゾウども。アリスさんから鳥認定されないソウの字に比べてちょっとだけ格上と見たす。まあ死ぬか生きるかだけの自分に比べたらどっちも小物っすけど。
何あのまるっとした鳥。
Fat bird. There was a blue robin flitting to and fro around Miss Konji's head, chirping adorably. Okay. Whatever tried to land on her shoulders, she batted it away. Is that how she raised her pets? Aozaki was nowhere to be seen. She was probably in the kitchen or bathroom. With nobody to talk to, I took a seat and let my thoughts wander until
クマリも招待されてたん
Bring
だな。
you luck. That's what it says in the shirt. Hey, Kumari did invite you.
随分と遅かったが、またアルバイトか？
You got this, Kumari. Tsukiji kicked off the conversation in his usual casual way. His slender arms were picturesque, even while holding a glass of juice.
アルバイトは休み。今回の3連休全部休み入れたからお金も予定額たまったし。
そうか、それよかった。岬脱出ロケットはもう秒読み段階ってことだな。となると早朝のコンビニで顔を合わせるのもいよいよおしまいか。そういえば俺がタバコを吸おうとしたら水ぶっかけてきた
Yeah,
の
this guy.
お前さんだったっけか。
That took me back. Back in my freshman year, there was a student cocky enough to smoke in my store's parking lot. He was from a different school, but that didn't matter. I ran up to him, warned him, then hosed him down with water. Can you believe I did that to a stranger? I got flustered and tried to apologize, but the boy was already reaching for another cigarette before I even finished. He turned out to be Tomimaru Tsukiji.
いやあ、あの後まさか生徒会室で再会するとは思わなかった。俺はあれかね。気に入った女どもにはまず水か喧嘩をふっかけられる運命なのかね。
たまたまでしょ。それより築地、いつから来てたの？
俺たちは午前中からだよ。木の実の野郎が張り切っててな。仕方なくだ。
Hinomi got a bug in his ass, so I didn't have a choice.
誕生会は夕方6時からだからまだ時間に余裕はある。疲れてるなら部屋で休んできたらどうだ？ちょいと顔色悪いぜ。
If I had to describe the most unfair aspect of Tsukiji, it's his ability to be sensitive even while coming off as rude. For my part, I was way too shy. It took a serious effort to talk to a lot of people in a new place, even if I already knew them.
そうね。ちょっと客室で一息入れてくる。
おう、そうしろそうしろ。くまりの部屋は確か。
ねえトビー、宗十郎さんどこ行ったか知らない？
Sojiro-san.
宗十郎なら買い出しじゃないのか？飲み物が足りないとか言ってたしな。
本当？もう行くなら僕に声かけてくれればよかったのに。
Bill just passed the
自
squad.
分でできることは全部一人でやっちゃうところ。僕
They
ど
hadn't
うか
said
と
whose
思う
birthday it
な。
is, right? So.
まあそこが動物っぽくていいんだけど。
As I mentioned earlier, the blonde boy's name was Bill. I didn't know his full name, nor could he ever formally introduce himself. Tsukiji, Aoki, and Shizuki all called him Bill, so I just followed their lead. He seemed to be fond of Shizuki. Whenever he had a chance, he'd hear and go,
宗十郎さん、今度のお休み遊園地に行きたいです。宗十郎さん、お腹減っちゃってません？ぜひご一緒しましょう。宗十郎さん、特に理由はありませんけど、頭撫でてほしいです。
and so he clung to him like a cat to a curtain. Was Shizuki even the kind of person who was popular with kids? All the Sojiro every day was starting to grate on me. Anyway, I went to find my guest
くま
room.
り、部屋は分かってんのか？
He tamed them, yeah.
はじめに青崎に聞いた。30分ぐらいで戻るから。
Slinging over my shoulder the bag I'd put down in the drawing room, I headed up to the guest room on the second floor. According to Aozaki, I would be staying in the second room on the east wing.
あら、
As I headed out into the hallway, I ran into Aozaki. She seemed to be on her way from the bedrooms to the hall.
青崎も休憩？あの突き当たりってあんたの部屋なの？
そうだけど別に部屋には寄ってないわよ。私はちょっとした探し物の途中だから気にしないで。
Suspicious.
客室の鍵は開いてるから、部屋の机の上に鍵があるから出るときはそれで施錠してね。
Suspicious. Aozaki took the stairs down to the first floor. The room was unoccupied. I checked to make sure I was alone, and then put down my luggage and stowed my wallet in a pocket. I considered keeping my favorite bunny-shaped commuter pass and Lucky Charm with me, but all it contained was a yearly school festival photo anyway. I left it on the table. I was going to be spending the night in an unfamiliar building. It was best to travel light.
鍵は、ああ、これね。
It was a brass key with an old-fashioned and elaborate design that perfectly complemented the mansion's European theme.
疲れた。
I plopped my butt down on the bed. I was always self-conscious around Tsukiji, but Miss Koonji made me nervous in a different way. For some reason, I always felt a pang of guilt whenever she looked at me. It was like being gently interrogated, being confronted with all of my life's failures. I doubt she meant to make me feel that way. It was just how I reacted to her. Nobody was perfect after all.
青崎も雫もよくあの子と暮らせるもんだわ。
I could only respect them for that. Aozaki simply had an iron will. I bet she lived life without any regrets. Shizuki was completely different. It was clear he was just oblivious to how scary Miss Koonji's gaze could be.
それはともかく。
I fell backward onto the bed. Outside my window, the sky was overcast. The weather forecast had said the 3-day weekend was supposed to be sunny. Not so in the mountains, I suppose. At this point, I'd met 6 people staying here. Aozaki, Miss Kuonji, Shizuki, Tsukiji, that idiot Hosuke, Mr. Yamashiro, and Bill. Yes, 6 people, and a dog. Miss Kuonji had implied that there were other guests staying here too. This is a Western-style house, and people didn't take their shoes off at the entrance, so I couldn't guess their number by counting shoes. Sure, there were other guests here too. Okay. For now, I had no idea how many other people were here. I decided to rest my eyes and take a short nap. One trick I picked up from the years of part-time work was the ability to sleep in exactly 15-minute intervals. As I drifted off, I heard a laugh. What was the scream?
Yoshi.
15-minute nap done. I checked myself in the mirror. I took a hairbrush out of my bag, quickly brushed my hair, and left the room. As I locked the door behind me, I heard an unfamiliar voice coming from downstairs. A new guest. I didn't hear a peep until I left the guest room. It must have had great soundproofing.
いやー、
Whoa!
降ってきましたね。
Is every single character that was shown that is voiced in this coming? Ritsuka's gonna be coming surely.
連休中は晴れるという話でしたが、2日目からこれとは我々もついていない。
どうでしょう。ここに集まった人間に問題があるとも取れますが、まあエイリ神父に問題がないかといえば、それはそれで首を縦に触れないのですけど。
そういうことは思うだけで口にしちゃダメよ、ゆいちゃん。あ、お洗濯ちゃんと片付けてきた？お布団とか出しっぱなしじゃないかしら。
それはご心配なく、今日のメンツを聞いた時点でしっかり取り込ませていただきました。
The guests were from Ida Church. Miss Kuonji appeared to have overheard them. She came out from the east wing to greet them.
面目ない。せっかくお招きいただいたのに遅くなりました。おかわりはありませんか、アリスさん。
あなたを呼んだ覚えはないけど来てしまったのなら仕方がないわね。どうぞあちらに。律香さんの席しか用意していなかったけれど、急いで椅子を用意するわ。
別段お構いなく。律香はともかく、私とエイリ神父は早々に立ち去りますから。
Oh.
それと椅子も間に合っています。いざとなれば律香が椅子になると。
It should have been me.
ゆいちゃんひどい。何がひどいって、本気で人間椅子にさせられる現実とか、実力行使できるゆいちゃんと私のパワーバランスがひどい。お姉さんに対して当たりきつすぎると思うわ、私。
Let's just call these guys Team Church. Miss Kuonji led Father Eiri and Yuika into the drawing room. Father Eiri looked like he was enjoying himself. He was always so laid back, with a permanent smile on his face. It was hard to tell how he really felt about being here. Sister Yuika was clearly unhappy. Then again, like Father Eiri, her expression rarely changed, so who knew how she actually felt? And then there was...
あ、小鹿ちゃんだ。チャオ。
Ritsuka. I wonder what manner of beast lived beneath that cheerful veneer. Probably not even a kitten.
こんにちは、律香さん。律香さんたちも誘われたんですか？
ぜひ来てくださいってあっちゃんから。エイリさんとゆいちゃんにはアコちゃんから手紙があったみたい。
Ako.
もしかして招待状の差出人ってそれぞれ違うのかしら。
そうみたいですね。私はしずきからだったし。
Ritsuka was Yuika's sister and not a real member of the clergy. She was just a regular citizen of Misaki. I saw her every now and then in the shopping district.
それより律香さん、雨降ってきたんですか？
パラパラとね。すぐに止んでくれればいいけど。
Ritsuka glanced outside, concerned. Okay, I'm gonna take a minute here to get some more tea, and then I'm gonna make the decision. Okay. Decision D. The rain's going to get worse. The rain might turn to hell. It's definitely not the last one. The rain's going to get worse. Might turn to hell. It might turn to hell. Sorry, Ritsuka, but it looks like the rain might turn to hell.
寒っ。ここ外より寒くない？
ですね。今に移動しましょう。
賛成だけど、ま、宗十郎さんには宗十郎さんの仕事があるんでしょうしね。待っててあげようと思ったけど、余計な気遣いかも。
しずき、外にいたんですか？
ええ、山道の方で草を刈っていたわ。すごい勢いでヘリポートでも作るかっていうぐらい。
I could never figure out what made that guy take. It was too tiring to even try. We moved to the drawing room in search of warmth. The rain showed no sign of stopping. In fact, it seemed to be getting stronger. The sun hadn't set yet, but it was already as dark as night outside. The party had yet to begin. Looking over the drawing room in the sunroom, I saw everyone engaged in conversation. the card game Hosuke brought had caused a stir in the drawing room. It's getting competitive, mainly. Apparently, they were playing a fantasy-themed construction game from Germany called Puppet Pass. It's basically a kind of game where players try to sabotage their opponents, so everyone was putting on forced smiles while they schemed against each other. In contrast, the older people in the sunroom were drinking wine and watching the students intently. Oh hell yeah. The clergy plus the teacher.
驚きましたね。誕生会が始まるまで館内は自由に歩いていい決まりだとは。アリス。
Oh, oops.
別に入られたら困るところはそもそも壁に変えたから。今日だけの変更だけど、それなら遭難者も出ないでしょう。
壁に変えたって何を？それに遭難者とかアリスちゃんたら大げさなんだから。そりゃでけえ屋敷だけど迷子になんかなりませんよ。
私たちの客室も用意してくれたのね。夜になったら帰る予定だけど、心遣いは助かっちゃうな。ゆいちゃん、せっかくだし服着替えてこない？お姉さんのチャイナドレスとか貸してあげるから。さすがにパーティー会場にシスターはどうかと思うし。
A sister in a cheapo?
結構です。
Yeah.
魔女の家で冷装を脱ぐなど自殺行為。私はあなたのよう
Oh,
に
yeah, it's a mystic
遊び
term.
に来ているわけではありませんので。
いや、遊びに来てるんですけどね。私ですら手ぶらで来てるのに、シスターユイカと来たら、どうしてこう、いつでも臨戦状態、よらば切る出刃包丁みたいな性格になったんだか。
あなたたち二人が不真面目な分、私が引き締めなくてはいけないだけです。
The clock struck 6. Outside, it was completely dark. With Mr. Yamashiro and the church staff here, it would probably be safe to go home tonight, but the rain gave me pause.
そろそろ支度をするべきではないかしら。
Ooh, give me a second. This just made me think of something. I wanna note it down before I forget. Okay.
トッキーはどこに？
Miss Kuonji declared the end to the card games with an unexpected question.
トッキー？トッキーって誰？
ドッキ？どこ？
誰ってトキツのじいさんだ
I
ろ。
was like, どこ？
あれ、もしかして小鹿じいさんに挨拶してねえの？
知らない。まだこの家に人がいるの？今さらだけど、全部で何人の予定なの？このパーティー。
私、青子、しずきくん、築地くん、木の実くん、くまりさん、トッキ
13
ー、
in all.
その他で合計13人。
It's a scalicopter. I'm pretty sure that's Soldier cutting the grass outside with the lawnmower. 13 of is okay.
さ
Sure.
っきから一堂には揃わないみたいだけど。
13人か。
1, 2, 3. Count the people in the room. It should be. You had a helicopter? Okay, wait, let me save. Earlier we had 11 plus 1 would be Toki, so that would be 12, and I think that's including Shizuki. I think it's 12 if I'm not mistaken. 1, 2, 3 clergy, 1, 2, clergy, Hinomi, Tobimaru, Kumari, Aoko, Alice, Shizuki, teacher, That's 10. Plus... Plus, Beo. That's 11. Toki, that's 12. I mean, I haven't seen Shizuki, but I'm led to believe that he's outside. The numbers are off. I think I'm missing. There's one that's missing. Just then. I heard a strange sound outside. Like something cut into the wind. Oh, well, I guess there's a helicopter. It grew into a loud roar that seemed to pound the very walls of the building. We were all distracted by that.
こんなメルヘン女、私をのけ者とかざけてんの？
Who the What? Nursery rhyme? Wait, what?
こんなボンクラどもはホイホイ呼んで、大本命かつ大人気、この超英国美少女であるリデル様を、なんであんたの誕生会に呼ばないのよ！
Who? May Riddle Archelot? You may riddle who? Archelot? The girl who arrived was several times louder than the storm. Maybe she was the storm. Oh, she's the storm that's approaching.
リデル、お前今日はよそでイベントだったじゃねえか。どうやってここに来やがった？
決まってるじゃない。ヘリを飛ばしてよ。覚えておきなさい、飛び丸。あんたたちみたいな早
Oh, I
口
don't like the
口が
Himedere energy though.
私に不可能なんてないの。ちょっと一声かければ地球の裏側からだってミサイル飛ばせるんだから。
いや、ミサイル飛ばされてもな。
Without so much as a glance in her direction, the girl walked right up to Miss Konji. She was dressed in pink from head to toe. It was more accurate to call it a strut than a walk. Her boots made an aggressive clacking sound as they struck the ground.
ほら、忙しくて引く手あまた。史上初の奥越えウィッチ。自他ともに認める業界ナンバーワンのアイドルがわざわざ専用機飛ばしてまで来てやっ
First
たわ
witch
よ。
star. It's lowercase witch though.
悔しい悔しいでしょ。夢にも思わなかったぐらいサプライズでしょ。いいわ、遠慮なく喜びなさい。
Wow. I never thought I'd see the day when Miss Konji's stoicism replaced with pure irritation. The girl in pink nodded smugly down at Miss Konji before finally noticing the rest of us.
わっ、何このトンチキなメンツ。せっかくの誕生会だってのに人選どうなってるの？親の敵まで呼んじゃって。あんたそこまで病んじゃった？ほら、そこの神父。とりあえず私たちに土下座した後全裸になってチキン食べながら
What the
切腹してくれない？
That's a crazy, the crazy list of demands. Kiss our feet, strip, eat chicken, then hang yourself.
あなたにだけは言われたくありませんね。アリスさんに謝罪というのなら、まずあなたがするべきではないですか？奪ったものはきちんと本人に返さなければね。
私はいいのよ。ちゃんと後でお金払ったし。アリスだってキャッシュで受け取ったんだし、あれはもう私のもの。
I love that random
タイヤがいち
English.
いち口挟んでんじゃないわよ。
なんとアリスさんが貴重なプロイを売却すると。
Oh.
お金で解決できる問題じゃないと何度も言ったのだけど、
A materialistic dog.
この子資本主義の犬だからどう言っても返してくれないの。
また照れ隠ししちゃってこの。
Oh no.
あんたも取引上手よね。お金では譲れないとか言って巧みにレートを上げていくんだから。
なあ殿下、あのすげえ女どっかで見覚えあんだけど、アリスちゃんの知り合い？
I like her.
気のせいだ、忘れとけ。ありゃ関わったら破滅する系の女だ。百害あって一理もね。
そうですよね。
Sounds
俺
great.
もあそこまでキラキラしている人はちょっと。
Despite whatever Tsukiji was saying, I knew the truth. Her name was Riddle. She stayed at Tsukiji's house for a time. Oh. Apparently, their fathers were business acquaintances. Wow, I say she stayed with him, but the Tsukiji estate was so large. They were basically in different houses. Or at least, I hope that was the case.
一応聞いてあげるけど、リデル、あなた何をしに来たの？
何ってあんたの誕生会でしょ。飛び丸の家に電話したら、坊ちゃんならクオンジさんの家の誕生会に出かけたとか言っちゃってさ。もうカーッと頭ハイになっちゃって、ライブキャンセルして飛んできたってわけ。
あなた、私の誕生日覚えている？
当たり前じゃない。自分のは忘れてもあんたのだけは忘れな。あれ、まだ秋よね、この国。
It's still autumn here.
よかった。脳はまだ正常ね、リデル。ほら、私あなたの頭を叩きすぎたでしょ。
Oh shit.
それで気の毒な結果を招いてしまったのかと少しだけ心配してしまったわ。
ちょっと飛び丸、何嘘言ってんのよ。今日はアリスの誕生日じゃないっての。
いや、でも招待状には確かにクオンジ邸で誕生会をするからぜひ参加するようにとだな。
そうそう、俺も会長から2000円と引き換えに招待状もらったよ。
2000.
ところで料金取られたの俺だけじゃないよね。
知らない方が幸せな話ってどこにでもあるんですね。ああ、私もクオンジ邸で誕生会をすると覚えてきましたが。
でもあっちゃんの誕生日じゃないのよね。なぜそんな勘違いを生んだのかしら。確かに誕生会だけど、私じゃなくてトッキーの誕生会よ。彼、私に祝ってほしいと言うからこの屋敷を会場にしただけなのだけど。
Huh? I reread the invitation. You're cordially invited to a birthday party at the Konji estate. Now I see. It didn't say anything about whose party it was.
やっほー、盛り上がっちゃって何の騒ぎ？
Yahoo!
リデルあんた、なんでここにいんのよ。ラヤはねえ、今 NK ホールでライブやってんじゃないの？
Oh shit! She's a singer. Riddle.
私ビデオ録画してるんですけど。
she's freaking out.
サボタージュ。ランチのカレーが辛かったから。
Oh.
そんなバカな理由でコンサートをドタキャンするやつがいるか。音楽の神に謝れ。ファンをなんだと思ってんのよ、あんたは。
God, she's going so hard.
やっぱりこいつマジうざい。だいたい私音楽とかどうでもいいし、ファンなんて私に貢ぐだけの働きありだし、ライブが跳ねた
Oh
後
my
はいつも
god!
虚しくな
Oh
って気づ
Jesus
かせる。
Christ!
スポ
Holy
ットライ
shit!
トは当たっても本当の私は誰も見てくれないし。
Oh god. Whoa, that took a dark turn. Chirping sweetly, a blue robin landed on the girl's shoulder.
はいはいはい、さすがリデルさん、感情のオンオフ激しいっすね。本当の私を見てとか見るへん全開で恥ずかしくないっすか？恥ずかしくないんすよね。すげえ、やっぱリデルさん魔術師よりアイドル向けっす。そうよ、悪い。どうせ私は報われない。自分を主役と勘違いしている小じきみたいな最下層な生き物なのよ。道家なのよ。
Wow. The switch
分か
up.
ってるからほっといてよ、ロビン。後できっちり細切れにして犬に食わせてあげるから。
Our newest guest was talking to a bird. She really was one of those crazy pop stars you hear about in the tabloids.
なるほど。時津さんの誕生会でしたか。私たちもどうして呼ばれたのか半信半疑でしたが、それなら合点がいきます。シスターユイカなんて これは罠だから
Mm.
完全武装で行くべきですとか言い出す始末ですし。
しかしクオンジさん、肝心の時津百合彦氏はどこに？私たちも挨拶をしていないのですが。
そういえばそうね。青子、トッキーは？
いないの？夕食の手配全部あの人が担当なのに。とびきりのシェフ団を手配するから君たちはゆっくりしていなさいって自慢してたじゃない。
そりゃおかしいな。そういう段取りならシェフ団とやらは4時には到着していないと間に合わねえぞ。誰か時津のじいさんを見なかったか？
お昼まではここにいたけどそれ以降は見てないよ。
私は一度も見てないわ。何度か席を外したけどその時も見かけなかったし。昼過ぎから今まで5時間近く誰もトッキーを見ていないの。
The room was silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone else to say something. Even Hosuke and the pink girl didn't have any banter to offer.
あ、なんすかこの空気。
Simon said.
カラオケ始まるっすか？自分テディボーイブルースとか得意っすよ。フリッキーにも歌つけてくれないっすかね？
The only one making any noise was the robin on the table. It was bobbing its head in a strange way. Finally, Soldier was here.
ああ、みんな揃ってた。夕飯の支度は終わった？
The boys cut to attention. A young man looking calm and composed had arrived. He must have picked up on the mood in the room, right? With his staple, unreadable grin, Shizuki looked around the room at everyone gathered.
ところで、屋根裏で時津さんが死んでいるんだけど、どうしようか。
What?
なんだって
Is this gonna be like a whodunit? A whodunit story?
これはひどい。
We were on the third floor. A hellish scene greeted us in the attic directly above the hall. At the center of the room was Yuriko Tokitsu. Or so we believed. The faceless body had been burned, and most of its limbs mangled. Only the torso remained, in a vaguely recognizable shape. A burning stench filled the air inside the soot-covered walls.
顔はもうわからないが、こりゃ時津のじいさんのスーツだ。間違いない。
俺見ないからね。絶対見ないから。
トッキーったら素敵な人ね。死に様までお祭りのよう。
焼肉が食べたい。ねえ、
That's a crazy thing
部
to say
屋
after
に
looking at
鍵
a
はかけ
body.
てあったの？総十郎のいえ、屋根裏部屋に鍵はついていないわ。常時誰でも入れる状態よ。
シット。これ
Shit.
死因は爆発による損傷とやけどね。
Okay, Waver.
爆発元は見当たらないけど、ゆりひこ爆弾で遊ぶ性癖があったとか？あ、まあ芸術家らしいけど。
みんな冷静になりましょう。これは犯罪よ。犯罪の匂いがするわ。
どちらかというと、小麦粉ではないだろうか。
Flower. Oscar remained on the second floor, trembling. The rest of us took turns surveying the scene.
みんな現場には手を触れないようにね。見るときは2人1組でどちらかが偽装工作をしないか監視しながら調査して。あっちゃん、警察に連絡を入れてもいい？ありがとう。それじゃあロビーの電話借りるわね。
Following the orders of a now quite animated Ritsuka, we moved about in pairs. Since Hosuke ran off, I ended up paired with Tsukiji. Oh.
しかし、とんでもねえシーンだな。
They're taking this, very casually.
爆発って、犯人は何考えてやがる。
I was surprised Tsukiji already saw this as a murder.
これ事故じゃないの？
How?
時津のじいさんが 久遠寺邸で爆発物を取り扱う可能性はゼロだからな。ほら、この胴体ちょっと見てみろ。腰のあたりに妙な焼け跡がある。これロープじゃねえかな。時津のじいさんはこの部屋でロープで縛られて軟禁されていたと見るのが妥当だろう。
Tied up and killed with a bomb without anyone noticing.
でもなんだって。
ああ、なんだってそんな回りくどいことをしたかって話だ。爆発物を使う利点は、そうだな。起爆までのタイムラグを利用した時間操作と遠隔操作が挙げられる。
Wow. Dead body or not, Skiju didn't skip a beat. He said calm and composed as he analyzed the situation. Times like this, he seemed so perfect. Actually, whenever I saw him get serious about anything, he was so damn cool.
だがまあ、狂気は分かった。パンだ。
What?
はい。
I? A voice called out to us from below.
みんなちょっと来て、大変よ。
I mean, he owned the bakeries, right? Or whatever.
繋がってないわ。
Skiju and I looked at each other.
くもり、行くぞ。
I nodded and we exited the attic together. Father Eri closed and locked the door behind us after we returned to the second floor. The sound of the rain was deafening. We gathered around the telephone.
電話線が切れている。じゃなくて、電話線そのものが抜かれてるわ。これじゃあ警察に通報するのはおろか、外部への連絡も不可能よ。
じゃあ直接呼びに行ってきます。
いえ、それは待ってください。今単独行動をされるのはよろしくありません。ほら、外。
The priest pointed toward the skylight. A raindrop struck the glass harder in a thunderous cadence. At this point, we were in the midst of a full-blown storm. We'd all come on foot, so it would be risky to go back to the mountain in this weather. However, Father Eri had stopped Shizuki for his own safety, or hadn't stopped Shizuki for his own safety. If someone wandered off by themselves, those left behind would be in a precarious position. For instance, it would be easy to destroy evidence without any witnesses around.
とりあえず、今に集まりましょう。警察に連絡を入れるのは、話を整理してからでも遅くはありません。
One, two, three, four. Everyone agreed with the priest. Everyone except Hosuke. He seemed to be waiting for someone to reveal that this was all an elaborate prank. Feeling a slight chill, I glanced at the front door. Just faintly, I had a sense that something was off. Outside, the rain became a torrent. With my mind in a haze, I... Ooh! I'm glad I was paired with Skiji. Sounded crazy about... I mean... Yeah, I'm a simp. I know that this isn't the time or place, but I'm glad Skiji and I were paired together.
しかし、とんでもないことになったわね。
I silently agreed with Aozaki's muttering.
外の天気も荒れる一方だ。こりゃ土砂崩れの一つも起きてもおかしくねえ。そうなりゃ陸の孤島だな、ここは。
嘘？マジ？ラッキー！そうなればお泊まりじゃん。何？これフラグ？怖がるアリスちゃんを励ます係とか、俺立候補しちゃっていいの？
どうぞご自由に。
Yeah, you are so dead.
一人死んでるんだから、もう一人増えてもいいんじゃない？
Aozaki, Tsukiji, Hosuke, and I had grouped. For now, the four of us were team school.
エイリ神父、先ほどの死体ですが。
分かっています。明らかに殺人事件です。ですが、場所が場所ですからね。おいそれと警察を呼ぶわけにはいきません。
来たわ。
What?
新規臭い趣味だったアコちゃんに罵られて早6年。夢にまで見た殺人事件の現場が来た。
It's like a dream come true. She's a true crime fan. Team Church was made of those three. I'd expect them to be the most cohesive group, but that didn't seem to be the case.
ちょっと宗十郎、お茶もスコーンも出ないの？せっかくスターが訪問してあげたのに、ろくな歓迎もなし、いきなり殺人事件とか。あなたたち礼儀ってもんがなってないんじゃない？
いや、しかし待ってほしい。人が一人死んでいるのにお茶とお菓子を要求するのは礼儀以前の問題ではないだろうか。
ああ？何？番犬のくせにご主人様に意見しようっての？どうしてここぞという時に常識人ぶんのよ、あんたは。
Haruya is going so hard. The girl in pink grabbed Shizuki by the collar. Grabbed Shizuki by the collar, shook him viciously.
青崎が2人。
What's up, Manju? Shizuki's eyes began to glaze over, probably because her fingers were digging into his carotid artery.
そこのピンク、まずそうな人間だけ
This
ど、
is the
それ以上
13.5
宗十
extra,
郎さんに
yeah,
触れ
Manju.
たら頭から丸かじるぞ。
はあ、やれるもんならやってみれば？ふん、あんたの弱点なんて分かってんだから。また返り討ちにされてネズミ大の大きさにしてほしいわけ？
へ、あれがこっちの本気だと思っていたなんて、目利きが悪いにも程がある。所詮は産業革命の陰でポッと発生したススの魔女の末裔ってこと？
Damn.
ほんと格落ち品らしいスカスカの脳みそだよね。
よし、死んで。犬同士仲良く2匹これ以上ないってぐらい愉快に死んで。もう1人死んでるんだし、あと6人ぐらい追加されても構わないわよね。
Meanwhile, the disagreeable team mansion was centered around Miss Kuonji, who was sitting on the sofa. The Pingo, Beo, and Shizuki were bickering bitterly about something or other. Miss Kuonji, the mistress of the house, remained silent, her expression pensive. That blue robin had gone off somewhere again.
はいはい、みんなそこまで。この素敵な展開。異常な事態を前にして喧嘩している場合じゃありません。状況は火を見るより明らかです。時津百合彦氏が死亡していたことと、屋敷の電話線が消失していたこと、この2つの事件は偶然ではありません。これは連続したある人物によって引き起こされた事件と見る方が論理的です。すなわち
殺人事件。時津氏を殺害した何者かは警察に連絡させないために電話を使用不能にしたということですか？
そう、その通りよ、小鹿ちゃん。これはもう立派な殺人事件です。そして犯人はこの中にいる
She's
と
such
いいな。
I hope so. She's such a true crime enjoyer. Oh my god.
これそういうイベントだったの？
そうよ、木の実くん。これはそういうイベントなの。油断していると後ろからバッサリなんだから。さあ、誰から持論を披露しましょうか。
I've never seen Ritsuka so excited. Maybe this is how she reacts to fear.
リツカ。
申し訳ありません。うちの者が不穏な発言をいたしました。しかし全くの狂言でないことも理解してください。時津氏を殺害した犯人がこの中にいるというのは先走りすぎですが、状況の整理は必要でしょう。
That sounded reasonable enough. Father Airy kicked off the proceedings.
まず屋根裏の状況から。あの部屋は鍵がなくて誰でも入れる状況だった。
この中で時津のじいさんが屋根裏に向かうところを見た人、あるいは相談された人はいる？
No takers. Either Mr. Tokitsu entered the attic by himself without telling anyone, or
時津氏を最後に見たのは誰でしょう。
he was taken there by the killer.
私たち3人は夕方から入館しましたが、その時点で時津氏の姿を見てはいません。
俺たちは午前中からいたけど朝は一緒だったぜ。アリスちゃんの隣を奪い合ったからこれは間違いない。でもそうだ、あのじいさん時計を見て時間だとかつぶやいて今から出て行ったんだっけ。
Despite appearances, Hosuke had a pretty good memory when it came to anything besides studying, that is. In the end, Hosuke's statement was the last eyewitness account we had of Mr. Tokitsu.
となると、時津氏が消えたのは正午過ぎからですか。
Oops. Right, the time between his disappearance and discovery had been too long. Even though I arrived in the afternoon, I'd been to the bathroom for a few times. The same went for Aozaki and Mr. Yamashiro. Everyone had been alone for at least 5 to 10 minutes at some point. The only exception who had stayed here with everyone else the entire time was Miss Kuonji.
アリス、エイリたちを迎えに行く時しか動いてないものね。鉄壁のアリバイだわ。
細かく証言をすり合わせていけば、より確かな不在時間が出てくるでしょうが、あまり効果はないでしょうね。誰もが犯人に該当しすぎる。ここはアリバイより動機、あるいは凶器について話し合いますか。
動機の線でいけば俺たちは全員白ですよ。むしろ外部による犯行とした方が通りがいい。時津のじいさんはあれで大企業のトップですからね。なんで動機をあれこれ想像するのも無駄骨かと。
そのセリフ、私が言いたかったのに。ゆいちゃんのボディーブロー痛すぎ。
なるほど。ではあなたは凶器について、殺害方法について考察するべきだというのですね。
Yep, the weapon, the ammo.
そういうことになりますかね。凶器を特定させれば誰なら殺害可能かって問題に移れるでしょう。幸い凶器ははっきりしていますから。エイリ神父は気づいていますか。
ええ、それなりには。今と屋根裏間でなぜ聞こえなかったのかという不思議は残りますが、皆さんはわかりますか。
It was a rather mean-spirited question. Other area observed everyone's faces as he waited for a response. So, how is Yuriko Tokitsu killed? I. Decision G. Tsukiji mentioned bread. I think that's more so the motive. It could be the motive would be the bread, right? Because obviously he was the head of like the bakery or whatever. So realistically, it's most explosive. I don't know if this is gonna require me to be like to give goofy answers or realistic ones, but I'm gonna give the obvious realistic ones, probably. I think it was more explosive, practically speaking.
え？何って一目瞭然でしょ？あんなの。手と足と顔にダイナマイトつけたんじゃないの？
ええ、当然の論理的帰結ね。だって手と足と顔がないんだもの。
Aozaki was a thorough realist, but she could arrive at some pretty wild conclusions sometimes.
その可能性もなくはないが、今回は別だ。時津のじいさんがどういう経緯であの部屋にいたかは不明だが、あの部屋で何が起きたかはわかる。粉塵爆発だ。
はあ？粉塵爆発って大気中に可燃性の石炭が舞っていて、花火とかで引火したら爆発するっていうあれ？
大雑把に言うとそうですね。石炭に限らず
Flour?
そこの
Flour!
密室で
Oh,
一
shoot!
定量の可燃
Yep,
性の
here
粉
it is.
塵であれば爆発は起きるんですよ。他には鍋のサビとアルミホイルでテルミットも作れますが、まあ状況からして粉塵の方でしょう。
でもならどうして胴体だけ残ってたの？そもそも粉塵爆発ってそんなに強いの？
No.
それはこれから探るところだが、じいさんのコート
Blast resistant
あれ
jacket.
防弾ジャケットなのかもな。
Yeah, also, I don't think a dust explosion would rip your head off.
それと死因は粉塵爆発とは限らない。殺した後に爆発を起こしたって線もある。爆発自体は小さいもので、手足と顔はあらかじめ焼いてあったのかもだ。
そうですね。それなら爆発の音が今まで聞こえなかった説明にもなる。
Would it?
あの粉塵爆発の後は何らかのカモフラージュという説も捨てきれません。
カモフラージュって何を隠すって言うんですか？
ですから不自然さをです。例えばあの遺体が時津氏ではなく全く関係のない人間の死体だったらどうです？その場合顔があってはあの死体が時津氏でないことは明白です。犯人は何としても顔を隠したい。しかしだからといって顔を焼いてはその行為そのものが証拠になります。なので焼かれていても不自然ではない状態を演出するためにあえて不自然な粉塵爆発を使って大元の不自然さを隠した。
Sure.
大きな嘘の前には小さな嘘が消えてしまうというやつですよ。
それも言いたかったのに。
Everyone seemed impressed by Tsukiji and Priest. Heck, I sure was. Even if I pinned down the possibility there was a dust explosion in the room, I wouldn't have figured out why.
なるほど。粉塵爆発にそんな意味が。
Hosuke nodded solemnly.
で、ごめん、それってどういうことなの？
とりあえず凶器の所在を明らかにできるってことだ。宗十郎、台所に小麦粉はあるか？
今調べてる。ないな。買い置きがあったのに袋ごとなくなってる。
つまりどういうことだってばよ。
Hey.
誰かが台所から小麦粉を持ち出したってことでしょ？それが示すところは
That the culprit knew their way around the kitchen, right? I guess. Or maybe they looked through like 3 drawers and found the flour. It probably wasn't like hidden away in like Mordor. Or was this another possible misdirection? Just then, the blue robin, which had been gone all this time, came flapping back into the drawing room. It perched on Miss Kuonji's shoulder and let out a shrill chirp.
まあ
Miss Kuonji stood up from the sofa and looked at all of us.
真剣に討論をしているところ申し訳ないのだけど、皆さんに大変なお知らせがあります。その前に、しずきくん、少しいい？
She gestured Shizuki over to her and spoke to him in a hushed voice.
ちょっとそこ近いんじゃないの？隠し事とか感じ悪いんだけど。
ごめんなさいリデル。でもその前にしずきくんからあなたにとっておきの小話があるそうよ。きっと素敵な話だろうから聞いてみてあげて。
Okay, what if Aoko just takes the memories of the last like 5 hours from everyone here with her 5th true magic, and then she can see who has the memory of killing the guy. She can see all of their memories for like the past 5 hours if she takes them, right?
ああ、こんなことでいいならぜひ聞いてほしい。リデルの心を打つこと受け合いだってアリスが。君には何度か助けられたし、喜んでもらえるなら俺も嬉しい。
いい じゃない聞いてあげるから言いなさいよ。
ジュティム、ジュテーム、モナムー。
What the fuck are you doing?
は
What?
何それ、おかしいのに合わない。そうじゃろ、アリスに遊ばれてるってば。今のセリフどんな意味だかわか
What?
いきなり吐血して倒れ込んだ。
What the fuck? What the fuck is happening here? What are we doing here? What? I rushed over to the girl in pink. No pulse. She wasn't breathing either. Pupils are responsive. No sign of life at all.
完全に死んでいるわ。
The atmosphere in the drawing room turned frenzied. Some looked shocked. Did she die of cringe? While others looked cautious. And a few of us were utterly dumbfounded.
やっぱり困ったことになったわね。
どういうことアリス？リデルのやつ、なんで死んだの？
説明するのは簡単よ。トッキーの殺害現場で気になることがあったから、さっきロビンに保管庫の様子を見に行かせたの。そうしたら一体分プロイキッシャーが空席だって。
プロイが？
Oh.
じゃあじいさんとリデルをやったのはそのプロイだっていうの？
正確にはプロイのルールに引っかかったと言うべきね。隠していても仕方のないことだから、はっきりと言うわ。これから朝まで笑うのは絶対に禁止よ。
なんで？
だってこの洋館笑ったら死ぬ世界になったから。
So she was like, let me test this hypothesis. Just fucking kill the riddle. Yo, let me test this. Real fast.
そんな笑ったら死ぬとかマジ怖いじゃん。
Oh, 07.
アリスちゃんったら冗談うまいんだから。
07.
ホースケー
Money? The Hoske bill.
マジのようね。
木の実くんのおかげでよりルールが見えてきたわ。自分から笑う分にはノーカウントで、愛想笑いも除外。でも人の言動や仕掛けで心の底から笑ってしまったらアウトと判断されるのね。
Sure. I had no idea what was going on. Laughing he died. Really? I knew Miss Gonji wasn't exactly normal, but I didn't know she was insane. Then again, 2 people died in front of me after bursting out laughing. So was it true after all?
プロイキッシャーが稼働しているというのですか？
No matter what, don't laugh. I'm not done to die. It's saying the plot quick show is active.
しかしそんな魔力の流れがあるのならシスターユイカに気づかれないはずがありません。
これは完全先行型のプロイ。それにユイカさん。
はい。クオン自邸の中で魔力の高を測るのは馬鹿げています。エイリ神父、私たちは一つの巨大な神秘の中にいるのです。魔力の流れなんてこの山に入った時点で測りようがありません。
そうでしたね。お恥ずかしい。私も混乱しているようです。
Being calm in this situation would be weirder. Father Eri seemed cold at first glance, but maybe he's actually a more feeling person than I realized. But what on earth was a ploy? The conversation was starting to leave me in the dust.
一ついいか。笑わされたら死ぬってのはいいよ。だが
死に方が一致しないのはどういうことだ。じいさんもリデルも木の実もそれぞれ違う死に方だ。ルールと言ったが、そこはランダムなのか。
死に方はその人の人間性によるわ。
人間性？トラウマとか本質とかそういうのを表すの？
So the biker died in a dust explosion?
ええ。隠された性癖も暴露されかねないわ。
ああ、そういうことだったのね。ようやく合点がいった。いくらなんでもおかしいと思ったのよ。
木の実くん、札束まき散らして死ぬとか、どれだけゴージャスな人生を期待していたのかしら。
その札束もこれじゃあ救
That's
え
a
ない
lot
の
of
かな。
zeros.
リデルは普通なんだな。彼女のことだから俺はてっきり飛行機とかクルーザーに変形するかと思ったのに。
Yeah.
そうっすね。さすがリデルさん、見かけ倒し度が半端ないっす。吐血して突然死とか本気で地味すぎるっていうか、木の実の旦那以下とか、これだから三下は出落ちすぎて救えねえっせ。誰が三下だっつーの。
Damn, she's back to lie. She came back alive.
生き返った。
Okay.
なめんじゃないわよ。
Guts.
心臓止まったくらいで死んでたまるのか。
うわ、
Ooh.
心停止を気合で耐えた人類初めて見ました。
Yeah, some people can't just.
あの程度の笑いじゃリデルさんは殺せそうにありませんね。
すごいな。今度その秘訣を教えてほしい。
I know power, fuck yeah.
完成されたゾンビのよう。私は信じていたわ、リデル。
Like a zombie.
あんたたち褒める前に謝るのが先じゃない。だいたい試すならそこのウェアウルフの方が適任でしょ。
Werewolf,
殺してもほ
yeah.
っとけば生き返るんだから、なんで私を狙い撃ちなのよ。
だって私たちライバルなんでしょ。なら殺し合いをするのは当然だと思うけど。
そうよ。ライバルってそういうものよ。やるじゃない。隙あらば仕掛けてくるなんて見直したわ。
やっぱりあの女殺しても死なない系だったか。
Seems like the type.
たまんねえな。
Though clearly shocked by the girl in Pink's horror show, Tsukiji was taking this way too well.
ちょっと築地、あんた今のおかしいと思わないの？人が死んだのよ。ホウスケとか紙吹雪になって死体もないのよ。笑ったら死ぬとかなんだっていうのよこれ。もしかして私とっくに夢見ちゃっ
That's
て
a
る？
normal response, Kuma.
落ち着け。信じたくねえが現実だよ。クオンジの言う通り、この洋館はそういうルールの世界になって、リデルはそれに引っかかったが、自力でルールに抵抗したってわけだ。頭の痛いことだが、クオンジとリデルはその手のオカルトがありな奴らなんだよ。俺も具体的には知らねえけどな。というか、踏み込んだら巻き込まれる。ギリギリ外から眺めた結果、あの二人が本物だと判断した。
納得できない。だってホウスケ死んじゃったのよ。
くまりさん、木の実くんの死を悲しむのはまだ早いわ。彼やトッキーはアウト扱いで退場しただけ。現実ではまだ行方不明状態よ。
You're breaking the immersion, Alice. You're breaking the immersion of the murder game.
誰かがこのゲームをクリアすれば、ゲーム内容は全て無効扱いになって、彼らも元通りになるわ。
死んでない？ゲームをクリアすれば元通りになる。
I understood what Miss Konji is saying, but for better or worse, I was a realist, like Aozaki. This sci-fi and fantasy nonsense was too hard for me to swallow.
クマ、落ち着いて。気持ちも心情もわかるけど、今は話を聞きましょう。アリス、もっと詳しく話して。プロイの仕業なのは分かったけど、 具体的にどういうルールになったの？クリアって何？
このプロイは確率変動型のプロイなの。
Probability
使
shifting
用者が定
ploy.
めた条件が満たされたら発動して、あとは丸1日稼働し続ける。
So, just survive for a day?
これがゲーム。ゲーム中は現実世界に新しいルールが一つ追加される。今回は笑わされたら死ぬでしょうね。またゲーム中は区域からの脱出は困難になる。この区域から脱出する方法は2つだけ。一つは誰がプロイの使用者なのか暴くこと。でも軽率に犯人を指名するのは避けるべきね。もし間違えていたり証拠が欠けていた場合、犯人を指名した人物もアウトになるから。もう一つはゲームが終わるまでプロ以外の参加者が一人でもいいから生き延び
Okay,
るこ
it's kind of like a werewolf game or a mafia game. Okay.
このどちらでもクリアになるわ。クリアさえしてしまえば何人犠牲者が出ようと帳消し、みんな生き返ってゲーム中の記憶は失う。
Okay, sure.
どうなることかと思いましたが、それなら問題はありませんね。このまま夜が明けるのを待てばいいのですから。
The sister seemed relieved, but I was not by a long shot. Maybe it was because I was having a hard time wrapping my head around the situation, but I felt so on edge. I should point out we're one person down. I think we should focus on Tokitsu's death. It's easy enough to not laugh for one night. I should point out we were one person down. You mean out of the 13? I mean, including Tokitsu and including Riddle, it would be 13. But they said that there were gonna be 13 guests without mentioning Riddle, so I don't know. Also, where the hell is the teacher? I feel like I haven't seen him in like a billion years. Yeah, sure, fuck it. I felt like it was about time I pointed out that we were still missing someone.
どうかしら。そうはいかないと思うわよ、ゆいちゃん。
リツカ、それはどういう？
木の実くんやリデルさんはともかく、時津さんは無理やり誰かに笑わされた可能性があるんだから。それにあっちゃんはこう言ったわ。使用者が定めた条件だって。このプロイは事故で起動したんじゃなくて、誰かが意図的に起動させたってことでしょ。
では犯人がいるってこと。そいつが誰かはわからないけど、こんなルールを作った以上、何としても私たちを笑わせようとするんじゃない？
Also, don't we need like a motive? Why they would do that?
いえ、そうでなくても犠牲者は出るかもしれない。こんなこと言いたくないけど、疑心暗鬼から来客たちが自滅し合うのはミステリーの定番でしょ、リツカ。
そう、その通りなのです。さすがアコちゃん、分かってる。このルールの底意地が悪いところは、殺害方法が犯人だけの特権ではないことよ。極論として犯人を突き止めなくても生き残れる方法はある。要は他人に笑わせられなければいいんだから。
やられる前にやれ。自分以外の人間を先に消してしまえば安全だ。
Yep.
まとめるとこういうことですか？
Yep, but then if only two are remaining and one of them is the actual the person who did it, and then they somehow get you out of it, then you're
1.
toast.
今、洋館は笑うと死ぬ世界になっている。2. その状況を望んだ人物 A がいる。3. 俺たちはその人物 A が誰なのかを見抜くまで安心できない。なぜなら、その人物 A はすでに時津老人を殺害しており、 4、必然俺たちは自分以外の人間を疑い、正体を暴くか、朝まで身を守るか、笑わせて消していくしかないと。
生き残れるのはただ一組。
何かっこよくまとめてんのよ、あんたは。
Only one group can survive?
アリス、これ何番のプロイ
15番。まじないと確率変動、二神同体、願掛けによる魔力強化のプロイキッシャーよ。
あっちゃー、やっぱりスイーツハーツだったか。最悪。あんなの使うやつがいるなんてどんだけ優柔不断なのよ、日本人って。
スイーツハーツ？それがこのプロイの名前なの？アリス。
イエス。一定のルールを作ってその中で生き延びたパーティーの魔力を向上させる戦闘前の運試しみたいなプロイよ。大抵はみんな全滅してスイーツハーツの一人勝ち、生存者はいないってデスゲームだけど。じゃ私はアリスと組むから。
は？何をその組むって。
これはパーティーサバイバルなの。ゲームは二神同体、二人一組で挑んだ方が勝率は上がるわ。
I mean, sure, but also that doesn't guarantee that your partner that you're together with isn't the culprit.
だって最終的には面倒な犯人当てより力ずくの笑わせ合いになるのは明白でしょ。誰だって最後に生き残るのは自分でありたいんだし。その点私とアリスなら絶対よ。アリスは笑わないし、
I mean, but how do
私
you
は
know
パ
that
ーティー
Alice
ジョークを担当できるし。
that Alice isn't? I guess Alice is kind of like the guaranteed one almost because she never left the
そうでしょアリス。
the room.
そうね。しずきくん、お願いできる？
は。
そうだね。聞いた限り、
Yeah.
アリスなら安
She's,
全だ。
I guess, the safest one.
優しさとかないのあんたたちには。
なるほど。自分が犯人ではないと思う信じられる知人をパートナーにして協力し合うのですね。シスターユイカ、よろしいですか？
そうですね。恐ろしいことですが、この中で最も信用できるのはエイリ神父のようですから。
That's crazy to say about this guy. But sure.
私はのけものか。あこちゃん、私と組む？
リデル、組みましょう。今夜だけは過去のことは水に流して。
流しましょう。私のことも水に流しましょ
いいわよ。いざとなれば二人で洋館ごとコッパみじんよ。
自然な流れだな。じゃあまあ常識人らしく俺たちは俺たちで組むか。くまり。
I feel like it's gonna be Tobimaru. I didn't see that coming. All the weirdness and murder mysteries were bad enough, but now this?
宗十郎さんと組めないんなら僕は一人でいいや。どうせ遊びだしさ。
あー、残念。それじゃあ私は山城先生と。
Or it could be something like more goofy, where it's like it was like an accident, like there was like a ploy somewhere in a bottle or something, and Soldier was like looking for a tool and then accidentally bumped the bottle and it ended up unleashing the ploy, and it's gonna be something like that, but I don't know.
あれ？
We all looked at each other. I've been wondering when someone would notice. Mr. Yamashiro had been missing for a while. Yep. We began a manhunt for Mr. Yamashiro. Once we separated into groups to scour the mansion, Ritsuka, in charge of the second floor guest rooms, called us together.
ここ山城先生の客室ね。鍵はかかっているの？
かかっていなかったわ。留守だと思って中を覗いてみたんだけど。
Ritsuka trailed off. Was it my imagination, or is she just having a laugh?
とにかく中を見て。話はその後にしましょう。
Following Grishka's direction, we step into the room. Wow, this looks familiar. Inside, there's a field of flowers. Okay, that is kind of funny. That is kind of funny. In its center lay the body of Mr. Yamashiro.
ファラオ眠りって。
I was like desperately tried not to laugh. It took a serious effort for me too. Inappropriately, I couldn't help but see the image of Mr. Yamashiro lying serenely on a bed of flowers made as more as a Kohaku New Year's singing contest than a coffin viewing.
いやはや、至って健全な方だと思っていたのですが、山城先生は普段どんな人生を送りたいと思っていたのでしょうね。
何これ、ただの教師が私より派手な死に方とかふざけてるの？
That's a crazy line. How can a school teacher die in a more flamboyant way than I live?
皆さん、詮索はそこまでです。個人の人間性をどうこう言うのはデリカシーが欠けています。今後、新たな犠牲者が出たとき、その死を笑うようなことはないように。いいですね。
あ、はい、すみません。確かに不謹慎でした。やはりこういう時は頼りになりますね、ゆいかくんは。
大人として当然の注意です。学生を監督する立場なのですから、営利神父も軽はずみな行為は控えてください。
The room felt colder at her sister Yuika's scolding. After we finished examining the room, Miss Koonji locked it behind us, and we returned to the drawing room. A somber mood settled over the parlor. The gloom wasn't from any sense of grief, but had a certain feeling that pervaded the group after we split into pairs. Suspicion between the teams.
客室に乱れた様子はなかった。山城を客室に誘い込んだのか。どちらにせよ、親しい中での不意打ちだったんだろう。山城はルールを知らなかったから、あっさり笑わされたんだろうが。
Tsukiji spoke to everyone in the room. Usually, Father Eri was the one leading the discussion, but now that he was silent, maybe Tsukiji felt he had to step up.
何、飛び丸。あんたにしちゃ歯切れが悪いじゃない。今の憶測に間違いはないと思うけど。
いや、教会組やクオンジはともかく、俺や青崎、クマリは、あのヒルアンドンが他人の冗談に心から笑うっていうのは、かなりレアな出来事じゃないか。
He was right. Mr. Yamashiro smiled a lot and was easygoing, but he was neutral to a fault. He never responded strongly to people's opinions, almost to the point of utter indifference. Looking to laugh hard, he must have been taken by surprise, like victims on prank TV shows.
ま、どうやって笑わせたかは後回しだ。どうも敵さん、本気で攻めてきてるみたいだからな。仲良し時間は終わりにして、本題に入ろうぜ。
そうですね。この中の誰が A なのか、犯人探しを始めましょう。
I don't think anybody wanted to hear that, but we all knew it needed to happen. There was no way around it anymore. Someone here intentionally made both Mr. Tokitsu and Mr. Yamashiro laugh. In Tokitsu's case, they even used explosives. Wait.
ごめん、今更だけど、時津さんの死因ってもしかして。
うん。パンに殺されたんだろうね。
トッキーらしいわ。この世に小麦粉がなければ、僕は前衛美術で世界を救っていたとか、よくこぼしていたもの。
Tsukiji scratched his head apologetically. He looked frustrated with himself for thinking so much about the time of death and the identity of the killer. I guess he did have a more sensitive side.
犯人探しなんてするまでもないと思いますが、これがプロイキッシャーによる犯行なら、第一容疑者はクオンジ・アリス、第二容疑者は青崎青子、
yeah, that would make the most sense.
第三容疑者はメイリデル・アーシェロット、以上の3名に絞られます。
彼女たちをここで笑わせてしまえば解決です。脇腹をえぐるなり足の裏をそぐなりすれば人間は笑います。物理的に。
ゆいちゃん、ちょっと落ち着いて。冷静になりましょう。みんな喧嘩は良くないわ。犯人の思うツボよ、きっと。もっとミステリ的に考えましょう。まずはアリバイ検証とか、ほら物理的に穏やかな方向で。
律香に賛成です。ゆいかくんもそれは最後の手段として取っておいてくださいね。築地くんやくまりさんが同席しているんですから。
アリバイ検証はちょっと待ってもらえますか。その前にスイーツハーツだっけか、そいつの特徴を詳しく聞きたいんですけど、クオンジ知ってることを話してくれ。ルールがどうたら以前にそいつがどういう形なのか俺たちは知らねえんだ。
Yeah, Alice could have easily set it up. I don't know. I guess, maybe I could see Alice being like, I wanna set it up so that nobody wants to come back to this house at this mansion at any point again. But also, she said that memories of this are gonna get erased once it's over, right? So, I guess it doesn't work.
そうね。肝心なことを説明していなかったわ。スイーツハーツは卵型のプディングよ。王冠を逆さにしてゆで卵を乗せたような形。
Okay.
斬新ね。プリンに殺されるミステリとか今まで聞いたこともなかったわ。
バカなの？バカしかいないの？それは発動する前の形よ。スイーツハーツは自分を食べた相手にそっくりそのまま擬態するの。
You should have said that earlier.
というか、スイーツハーツを食べちゃった時点で食べた人間、これが使用者ね。使用者は卵の中に閉じ込められて、外にはスイーツハーツが擬態した使用者が現れる。
Okay.
活動を始めたスイーツハーツは人間の形をしているってこと。
理屈も道理もあえて聞かないが、要は本物と偽物が入れ替わるんだな。
前言は撤回してあげる。飛び丸だけは去る以上ね。そう、スイーツハーツは使用者に化けるプロイなの。それも完全に。
I was gonna say, does it know that it's
何しろ起動してしまったら、
replica? It
スイー
doesn't.
ツハーツすら自分が犯人だとは思っていないんだもん。
Oh. So it's kind of like pointless to suss out people then, because even they themselves don't know that they are the culprit. So you actually need to go purely off of evidence.
完全に化けるってそういうことでしょ？犯人と思わしきやつをどんなに詰問しても拷問しても、それがスイーツハーツだっていう客観的かつ絶対的な証拠がないと正体は暴けない。使用者は証拠を突きつけられて、ようやく自分がスイーツハーツだって気がつくのよ。
あー、何そのロジックパズル。
She could rewind everyone's time, yeah.
たまんないです。正直もうたまんないです。
07.
一流のスパイはまず自分はスパイではないと自己暗示をかけると言いますが、厄介ですね。
いえ、それはおかしい。犯人は明確に笑わせに来ているのでしょ。
Yeah.
それで自覚がないというのは。
That's what I was thinking as well. They want to kill everyone, but also they don't realize that they're the culprit, but they're going around killing people. How does that work?
スイーツハーツとスイーツハーツが代行している人間はオンオフで切り替わるの。普段は代行している人間そのものだけど、ルール実行可能な条件になると、もちろん代行している人間の時の人格にはスイーツハーツを起動した時の記憶は消失
So
して
that
い
would
る。
mean it's gonna have gaps in its memory then. I wonder if you can take like an hour and everyone just sits around the table like looking at the clock or something, and then but some conditions need to be met. I feel like the conditions wouldn't be met then. Surely there's a way to game it. You know, it would be pretty easy if they had like smartphones, but they don't. Because you could just turn on the camera on your smartphone and have your camera on at all times. And then you can rewind back the video and watch it after like every like hour or so. Or like 30 minutes and see if you did something that you don't remember. What kind of setup was this? So we're dealing with a formless butcher, a murderer with no ill intent. That meant the murderer could be anyone, even me. Any one of us could be sweethearts.
みんな落ち着いて、冷静になりましょう。楽しいからって騒いだり喧嘩したり、もう我慢できない私は家に帰るぞとか叫んで飛び出していったりしちゃダメよ。絶対死ぬから。
私としてはまずあなたに冷静になってほしいのですが。
I can't remember his sus. Yeah. But to them it would probably feel as if, you know, as if they did everything, like they probably wouldn't feel the time jump, right? They probably would remember everything, but then there would be they just wouldn't realize that there was more time that passed than it actually did. I don't think they would realize that there's a blank space in their memory.
What 盛り上げるためにみんなあと半分ぐらい殺されて、そして当然最後に生き残るのは
Nice.
そこまでのとんでもプロいとは思わなかったわ。これは真面目にアリバイ検証するしかなさそうね。
そうだな。誰がスイーツハーツかは判明しないが、誰なら2人を殺せたかは見えてくるかもしれねえ。それぞれこの一日の行動を証言しよう。もし自分の記憶と違ったところがあったら容赦なく指摘してくれ。それじゃあまずは俺からだな。
No one objected to Tsukiji's initiative. If he didn't want to go first, he looked suspicious.
俺は午前10時にベオと木の実、時津のじいさんと久遠寺邸に到着した。俺たちは久遠寺に挨拶した後、それぞれ与えられた客室で休憩。11時には居間に再集合し昼食をとった。そうだな、確かその辺りで時津のじいさんはいなくなってたな。午後になって青崎、山城、くまりが到着。夕方になってリデルが呼ばれもしないのに乱入。何度かトイレで席を立ったが、基本的には居間とサンルームで過ごしていた。俺が居間にいた間、常に姿があったのは久遠寺だけだ。
私は午前中は街で買い物をして、そのまま昼過ぎにくまりと合流。なぜか山城先生もいたわ。3人で洋館に到着したのが2時過ぎ。居間で飛び丸たちに挨拶して、あとは居間とサンルームを行ったり来たりだったかな。呉府城で何度か席を立ったけど、一度もトッキーとは顔を合わせていないわ。
僕もするの？いいけどみんなと変わらないよ。3連休だったので昨日はトビーの家で寝泊まりしてあげてたよ。コウスケも一緒だったんでうるさいことこの上なかったです。で、朝になってから3人で一緒に公園まで行ってじいさんと合流してロールスロイスでここの門に到着。10時にはアリスに挨拶して、あとはずっとゴロゴロしてました。
Tsukiji's story doesn't add up. Aozaki's story doesn't add up. Bill's annoying. Tsukiji and Aozaki stories don't add up. Tsukiji and Bill stories don't add up. Aozaki and Bill story don't add up. I think Okay. Okay. Santa Matter 2. Wait, okay, so Athena said what's up to Alice. Since then, we've just been here chilling the whole time. So they arrived together, but... Oh, okay, that makes sense, actually. Tsukiji's story doesn't add up. I think it does. Aozaki's story doesn't add up. She said that we arrived at 2. I'm not sure when exactly we arrived, but does 2 sound about right, or is that do we arrive later? It feels like it might be later, but also I feel like it was 4, but also it could have been 2. Bale's annoying. Tsukiji and Aozaki's story don't add up. I think Tsukiji's does. Tsukiji and Bale's story. Bale's story? I think Bale's story adds up. I'm gonna say Aozaki out of all of them, because I feel like we may have arrived later than 2, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
ほとんど屋敷にいたんだけど、パーティーの準備が忙しくて、あまりみんなと話していないな。誰かさんと誰かさんが手伝ってくれないから。それはともかくとして、基本的には居間にいたよ。買い出しとか庭の手入れもしたけど、あれは午後だったかな。夕方になって部屋に戻ったら、時津さんが大変なことに。
私はそうね、人手がなかったからトッキーが来る前に自分で西館の施錠を済ませて今に移動したわ。プロイの保管庫を含めて西館には立ち入り禁止の部屋が多いから、それからはずっと居間でゲストの様子を見ていたけど、誰がいつどのくらい席を立っていたかまでは把握していないわ。
私も青崎と同じだけど、一応証言はしとく。午後1に青崎、山城先生と合流して、午後2時過ぎに久遠寺邸に到着。客室で一度休憩を取ったのが、
Now that she says it, I think I remember it being 1 p.m. when they first met up, so...
4時にロビーに神父さんたちがやってきたのを覚えています。
Oh, oopsie. Oh, that's why it was 4 o'clock.
あと、そうだ、仮眠中、誰かの笑い声が聞こえた気がするけど、気のせいかもしれないし、これは推理の材料にしないで、混乱させるだけだわ。
I don't think what I said adds up. I think it does, from what we've seen. Well, actually, the one thing that doesn't add up with her story, with my story, I guess, is I took a short break in my room from 3:30 to 4 p.m. She said that she took a break for exactly 15 minutes, a 15-minute nap. So maybe that's it. I think, what's the Shizuki one? I've been in the mansion most of the time, been too busy preparing for the party to really talk to anyone, mainly because a certain duo didn't want to help. Aside from that, I was mostly in the drawing room. I didn't go shopping and tend to the garden. I did go shopping and tend to the garden, but that was earlier in the afternoon. When I returned to my room in the evening, Tokitsu said that. I'm gonna say, I don't think what I said adds up.
私は午後の業務を済ませ、青子からの招待状通り、平和的ないでたちで洋館を目指しました。
Like Aoko's invitation said I should.
午後4時に洋館に到着し、サンルームでお茶をいただいているとリレル君が乱入し、その後、時津氏が殺害されていることが判明しました。
You had tea. No wine? I guess we don't know who exactly had wine, who didn't. They said that some of the grown-ups had wine.
こちら
Doesn't
に
mean
来
that
てから
everyone
は
had it.
時津氏と出会っていません。また山城先生の姿が消えたのは時津氏の事件が発覚する前だったと思います。
Oh, okay.
私もエイリ神父と同じです。この屋敷に到着してから事件が起きるまで一度も今から離れてはいません。
私は何度か席を立っちゃったな。おトイレとちょっと洋館探索に。だってあっちゃんが家にあげてくれるなんて珍しいじゃない。レア物も見たいなーと歩き回ってたけど、案の定どこもロックは完璧でした。でも2階には行ってないわよ。これは本当。
I mean, Yuika says that her story is the same as 80. I'm gonna say 80. I mean, he did get an invitation from Aoko though, right? I'm gonna say 80 because I think that I'm just most sus of him. I don't know. If I need to pick one of them. The mood was a little tense, but there were no obvious contradictions between the alibis. The room grew silent. There wasn't enough evidence to pinpoint the time of Tokitsu's death. Nobody heard an explosion, and apparently, thanks to this ploy kickshot nonsense, even rigor mortis wasn't a reliable indicator. Since there was no way to deduce the exact time of death by examining the body, we should only estimate it based on the last time Tokitsu and Mr. Yamashiro were seen. Mr. Tokitsu likely died between 1 AM and 6 PM. Mr. Yamashiro between 4 PM and 8 PM. However, everyone was together at 7 PM, so it had to have been somewhere between 4 PM and 7 PM. Only 3 people had solid alibis. Miss Kuonji, Father Eiri, and Sister Yuika. Oh. Tsukiji and I have alibis when it comes to Mr. Yamashiro because we were both in the drawing room at the time. Aozaki, Shizuki, and Beo were unknowns. Wait, Kuonji, Eiri, Yuika, Yamashiro, Tsukiji, and Kuma. Okay, Aozaki, Shizuki, Beo are unknowns.
でも怪しいのはプロイのことを知っている青子とアリス、あとリツカだよね。だって僕らスイーツハーツなんて知らなかったんだし。
そうだな。前もって知る機会があったかは別にして、まずはそこから検討しないとな。今日ここで知ったのか、初めから知っていたのか、この違いは大きいぜ。
He was right. We need to know when the ploy was activated. Also, let's say it was Alice. Couldn't Alice use like one of her familiars to make like the doppelganger familiar that she has? Couldn't she use that? I don't know if the actual doppelganger that gets made has the same abilities, but couldn't she use that to make other people laugh while she was just here, just chilling, like a clone of hers? Or like a familiar of hers? if it was me or Mr. Yamashiro. Once we arrived in at the mansion, we'd have needed to find sweethearts and activate it without knowing what it was. Not impossible, but not realistic. And I would classify the game as type of murder mystery involving sudden crimes. Robin, yeah. The kind of scenario where unexpected tragedies occurred one after another. On the other hand, if someone knew about the ploy and had access to it anytime they wanted, that would make this a premeditated crime. There was no need to figure out when the ploy was found. Personally, would have already switched places with the ploy and executed their plan at their leisure once everyone was gathered. Currently, that was the most likely scenario.
初めからプロイを知っているという前提で絞るなら、怪しいのは青崎だな。青崎なら両名を殺せる時間があった。律香さんの場合、時津じいさんの殺害は難しい。クオンジはずっと今にいた唯一の人間だ。犯行には及べない。
そうね、それは否定しないわ。その二人に関してなら私はいくらでもやれるチャンスはあったでしょう。ではやはりって何をやはりって、あくまで可能性の話でしょ。それを言うなら洋館にやってきてすぐにプロイを発見して勢い食べちゃって、それでスイーツハーツになっちゃったって偶然もあるわけだし、怪しさで言えばみんな同じよ。水かけ論だわ。
私とエイリ神父は潔白だと証明されましたが、
あんたらがどんな経緯で洋館に来たかは不明よね。ロビーで話し声が聞こえたからアリスが出迎えたんでしょ。それ以前あんたらがどこにいたかなんて誰も証明できないじゃない。
そうね、可能性で言うならエイリさんとユイちゃんと私が共謀してるというのもありだし。
姉さん、あなたはどちらの味方ですか？
私は論理の味方よ。マニアの矜持に誓ってどちらにも肩入れはしないから。まあそれはそれとして、プロイを知っているって条件ならもう一人とびきり不自然な子もいるんだけど、それは誰かが指摘するでしょう。
Aozaki and the sister glared at each other so intensely I thought I saw sparks flying. They probably didn't get along even at the best of times. Given the situation, it's no wonder that they were at each other's throats.
青子、あまりユイカさんを挑発しない方がいいと思うけど、今回のルールでは彼女は最強の切り札なんだから。
は？最悪の敵の間違いじゃない。
切り札よ。だってあの人、この中で一番安全だもの。そうでしょ、ユイカさん。
ええ、私には笑いがわかりませんから。冗談で笑うなんてことはまずありえません。ですから先に退場するのは青子さんの方でしょうね。
Won't appear to have only meant it as a warning, but I could tell that the room was getting more tense. Just then, the blue robin appeared in front of Miss Kuonji. It landed on the black table and started chirping.
自分犯人分かったんすけど言っていいっすか？
It rooted.
おりゃ
Miss Kuonji mercilessly squashed it with a karate chop.
ともかく。
What?
いつまでも笑い話と思っていると全滅するわよ。
そうだね。ユイカさんはともかく、笑い上手な人はどこかに隠れていた方がいいんじゃない？
That made sense to me. We should each stay in our rooms until morning. We should check Riddle's alibi. I don't think they would make Riddle into... I mean, they could. I feel like they would make one of the pre-existing ones. I feel like introducing a new character and then making them the perpetrator I mean, sure. I felt that we need to dig deeper into the pink girl's alibi.
私にもやれって言うの？私は関係ないじゃない。だって私が来た時、もうじいさんも先生とやらもいなくなってたんでしょ？だいたい私にはスイーツハーツなんて使う理由がないし、何不自由のないアイドルだし、願い事なんて大抵はお金で解決できるし、どうせ嵐を呼ぶなら自分の手で起こして周りを犠牲にしてもすっぱり成就させまくるし。
バカ言ってんじゃねえ。てめえだって怪しいだろ。フロイとやらを知っていて、青崎とクオンジに恨みがあって、おまけに慢性的なヒスときた。そもそもなんで呼ばれもしていないのにやってきた。わざわざヘリ飛ばしてまでよ。つうかあれだ。てめえ、ヘリでやってきた時、全く雨に濡れていなかったよな。
I mean, that's a good point, but also that has nothing to do with... Actually, does it? If you become, let's say, a doppelganger?
あれどういうことだ。それまで屋敷に隠れていて、ヘリを呼びつけたタイミングで登場すれば、さもたった今着きましたって状況になるよな。
Also, Tobimaru, that's just the power of anime.
何よそれ。あたしちゃんとヘリで来たってば。雨に濡れないのはゴブリンで弾いたからだし、なんであたしがあんたらを皆殺しにしようなんて思うのよ。
いや、思ってたじゃないか、実際。
ええ、したわね、
あれはあれ、これはこれでしょ。もうマジ頭きた。私帰る。帰って第二次ブリティッシュ作戦の準備する。もちろん標的はここだからね。
できるの？脱出は困難だってアリスが。
ええ、スイーツハーツの確率変動で道は土砂崩れになっている可能性が高いわ。電話線もなくなってるから外部と連絡も取れないし。
ふん、地上がダメなら空があるわ。
What? Oh, helicopter.
いいわよ、ヘリでしょ。お望み通り呼んでやるわよ。
I was like, you can fly?
私のゴブリンネストを舐めるんじゃないっての。
How are you going to call? You know what? Sure, go for it. The girl in the pink stormed out into the hallway.
ハロー、パパ？私だけど、今すぐ三崎町の白犬塚までヘリ飛ばして。そう、あの三崎町。
Oh, she's actually talking to someone?
まだ諦めてないのかですって？ブワーか、頭の中かぼちゃになってんじゃないの？勝つまでやるのが私だし。第一、まだ全然負けてないし、あんなの引き分けに過ぎないわよ。ほら、座標はわかるでしょ。さっさと飛ばして。10分以内よ、10分以内。は？死者にあるヘリじゃ無理？嵐がひどくて近づけない？
Is she just like talking to herself? She's going crazy?
そんなこと分かってるわよ。それでもこの私が今すぐミサイルみたいにかっ飛ばせって言ってんの。飛ばしたくても機体がない？このハイトンチキ、あんたそれでも商人？頭使いなさいよね。近くに軍用基地あるでしょ。もう無理無理うるさいわね。それしか言えないの？
Her VA is so good.
は？会社の立て直しでキャッシュがない？機体プラススタッフごと買い取らなきゃならん？上等じゃない。その程度私がいくらでも稼いであげるっての。アラブの坊ちゃん宅だろうが、チャイナの金満家のところだろうが、プライベートライブ 2,3 発ぶちかましてあげるわよ。うざ、泣いて喜ぶとか本気でやめて。お金のためよ、お金のため。音楽業なんてどうでもいいんだから。分かったら10分以内。最新鋭機のスーパーかっこいいの。クソアパッチなんかよこしたら親子の縁切るから覚悟しておくことね。
Fingal's vicious berating could be heard through the house. She was speaking English so quickly and with so much slang mixed in that I couldn't quite catch it all. Listening wasn't a particular strength of mine anyway.
あのバカは本気で軍用ヘリ呼びつけやがった。
Yeah, why was she talking about an Apache helicopter?
お待たせ。あと10分もしたら救いの天使が来るわ。スイーツハーツのルールはこの山限定だから、外に出てしまえば何もかもチャラ。私は一足先に家に帰って豪華なディナーとしゃれ込ませてもらうから。ああ、けど安心なさい。私だって鬼じゃないし、どうしてもって言うなら乗っけていってあげてもいいわよ。こんな犯人当てゲームにコリゴリな人は今すぐ私側に来ることね。
So, are the phone lines working
待てそ
now?
こ。どうしてすぐ強い方につこうとするのか。
いやしかし自ら救いの天使だと。
Yes, they are.
やめとけ宗十郎。そいつが救いの天使だってんなら青崎なんざ癒しの女神クラスになっちまう。根本的に例えを間違えてるぞあれ。
クマリはどうする？飛び丸たちはこう言っているけど。
That's a cell phone. ああ。
私も辞退。帰るなら一人で帰ってもらえばいい。
To be honest, the rescue was coming and we didn't want to leave. But I wasn't about to owe this pink princess any favors.
この状況でも仲良しごっことかドリーマー極まったわね。
It's a cell phone. I don't know how it works. That's why I'm wondering. That's why I was sus at the beginning when she suddenly started speaking on the phone. I was like, how are you doing this?
いいわよ。好きにすれば。明日の朝刊の見出しが山の上の洋館宿泊客全員行方不明かなんてもんにならないようせいぜい気をつけなさい。
逃げ出す女がよく言ったものね。そもそもこの天候で助けなんて来るはずないし、外の天気嵐というより地獄でしょ。夢見がちなのはそっちの頭の方だと思う。
And then, before even 10 minutes had gone by, there was a bizarre noise from outside that was separate from the howling storm.
予定よりすっごく早い。さすがパパ。なんだかんだ言ってコネクションも行動力もあるんだから。
In the midst of the tempest, a demonic bird came bearing down on us. Bright spots that I thought would be... that I thought were eyes turned out to be a powerful searchlight, its beam stretching out for miles. The silk helicopter struggled against winds in excess of 50 miles per hour, and then... Oh, 07.
Oh, 落ちた。
07. Hmm.
いや、この天候でフライトとか常識的に考えて無茶でしょ。
ええ、
Oh, oops.
必ず落ちると思ったわ。リデルの作戦がうまくいったことなんて今まで一度もないのだし。
あらよ、あんたさえ関わらなければいつだって私はパーフェクトだっつーの。それに今のはただのテストよ。本命は後からやって。ちょっと待って、タイム。
I think the pilot is dead. The Pingo went back into the hallway. Maybe she had a pager in her pocket.
はあ、責任問題になった？今特殊部隊が本社ビルの屋上から侵入してきてるですって？
Her yelling resonated through the hallway. I think the entire day is kind of raised.
下手な抵抗はしちゃダメよ。すぐ無線で相手のトップと交渉して。え？損害賠償？プロジェクトごと買い取らないと殺すって？つかもう拘束されてる？ああ、もう、カイは何やってんのよ。で、いくら？何その金額、桁2つ違くない？払えない、そんなのすぐに払えない。ちょっと待って、 なんとかなるかも。
No idea who is Sky? Yeah, no idea.
今年のツアー延長と私の持ち株とタヒチの島を売却すればなんとかなりそう。いいわ、契約成立。買い取っちゃって。軍事産業とか畑違いだけど、とりあえずパパの安全が最優先。
I was a little curious now. Groping in the hallway. There, I saw.
失った。すべて失ったわ。
Don't smile, Kumari. Her face was haunted, as if she'd looked upon the end of the world. I quickly shut the door and pretended I didn't see anything. She deserved a warrior's dignity at the very least. A moment went by. After about a minute.
まあ、ヘリのことはきっぱり忘れるとして。もっと前向きな話をしましょう。
She returned, acting as if nothing had happened. We were enemies, but I had to respect her sense of pride.
リデル、おま。
飛び丸。前向きな話をしましょう。
わかった。とりあえず、お前さんが潔白だってのだけは分かった。というか、これでスイーツハーツがお前だったら、ひどすぎて目も当てられねえ。
そんなの当たり前でしょ。さっきから私は関係ないって言ってるじゃない。
I wonder if Sojiro is gonna be just a red herring because he's by far the most suspicious one. Cause he's always just missing from every single discussion, well, like always. But I wonder if he's just gonna be a red herring.
だいたいね、この私、希代の天才マイスター、新世代魔女であるリデル様が、こんなバカっぽくて古臭いプロイに引っかかるわけないじゃない。
いや、引っかかっただろ、あのヘリ。
ヘリはヘリ、私は私よ。さっきだって笑ったけど耐え切ったでしょ。言っとくけど、私は絶対笑わないからね。ここでゆっくりあんたらが古臭いプロイなんかにやられて消えていくのを眺めてやるから。
She sounded aggressive, but I think the pink girl was more concerned than she let on. With one last huff to her nose, she plopped down on the sofa. She seemed to make up her mind to work with us for tonight.
ごめんなさい。少し席を外すわ。すぐに戻ってくるから。
Miss Kuonji was... the bathroom.
しかし、図らずも脱出は不可能であることが証明されてしまいましたね。誰がスイーツハーツなのか特定するか、朝まで全滅しないように注意を払うか、私は後者を選びたいところです。
I feel like we should also be constantly aware where everyone is, no? I feel like we should always be gathered together. Like, I feel like there are always people missing from the group. And nobody's like thinking about like where the fuck anyone is.
賛成。ヤブをつついてヘビを出したら、それこそ全滅の可能性も出てくるし。クマリは？私はどっちでもいいけど。築地はどうなの？
俺か？俺は犯人特定に1票だな。こんな状況を作り出した間抜けにはきっちり文句言わねえとな。
私はどちらでも。リデルさんではありませんが、どちらに転んでも安全ですので。
私は築地君に賛成。推理しましょうみんな。
俺はそうですね。外の天気も荒れる一方だし、みんな部屋に立てこもった方がいいとは思う。鍵をかけて寝てしまえば他人に笑わせられようがないし。
Yeah.
つまんないです。
I'm down for that.
宗十郎さん、ここはもうちょっと様子見ようよ。青子の死に方とかすごく興味ない？
レオ、そういうのは冗談でも。ん
Suddenly, the room was pitch dark.
落ち着いて。電気が切れたようです。皆さん、 むやみに動いてはいけませんよ。闇だけに。
Bro? Who's laughing? That's gotta be Ritsuka. That was a close. Oh. What? Okay, there's no way you crack a joke knowing the people are gonna die if they laugh. What? That was a close one. I heard several people almost felt a surprise.
何考えてんのよエリー。全滅するかと思ったじゃない。
Who would have killed you, maybe? But I decided to keep that to myself.
いや、今なら切れると心が騒いでしまいまして。
Bro?
タイミングはバッチリだった。つまんないダジャレも切り出し方次第で人を殺せるんだな。
That's not good timing, that's bad timing. We don't want people to die, Sojuro. That's not the point. The point is that we need to keep them alive. It's bad timing.
顔が見えないのがまた効くよな。
まったくよ。この私ですらちょっとブルッときたわ。もしかしてあいつが犯人なんじゃないの？
Our conversation continued in the dark. It reminded me of telling ghost stories on a school trip. It's just fun to talk in the dark sometimes. For whatever reason, I could tell we were all tempted to make each other laugh.
あ、ろうそく見つけた。誰かライター持ってない？もしくはマッチ。
What do you mean for whatever reason? What?
ちょっとマッチ。
今のも神父さん？
ひどい。ひどすぎる。
脳が退化しているとしか思えません。
いや、この原子の状態じゃエスプリ聞かせてもインパクトねえぞ。シンプルイズベストだ。
みんな静かに。電気つきそうだぞ。
Who's that? Did the Koenji estate have its own power generator? It wasn't clear who restored the power, but the drawing room was flooded with artificial light.
あら、古臭い屋敷のくせに設備はしっかりしてるのね。このまま暗闇で朝まで過ごすのかと心配しちゃったわ。
Riddle had moved next to me at some point. She looked up, followed her gaze. What? What? What am I looking at here? Wow. Wow. The pink girl took what looked like several impacts to the chest, spun dramatically and collapsed.
リデル、ちょっと何があったの
Aozaki rushed over to her side. I narrowly avoided the same fate. If she hadn't started laughing first, I had busted the gut for sure.
リデル、しっかりしなさい、リデル。死ぬ前に教えて。何を見たの？犯人？
そんなつまんないやつよりもっとおぞましくてプニプニした悪魔がばったり。
07. Aozaki burst into tears, clutching Mei's lifeless body in her arms. They were probably more alike than they cared to admit. Amidst the commotion, Miss Koenji returned, not appearing to have noticed the death.
何かあったのかしら。
わからん。わけもなく爆笑して自滅した。今度はさすがに復活は無理っぽい。
I am so confused. I'm so confused. There's supposed to be only one perpetrator. Why is everyone trying to kill one another? Perhaps out of pity, Tsukiji covered her with a tablecloth and laid her to rest at the side of the room. I quietly shuffled over to Miss Kuonji and whispered in her ear.
クオンジさん、今の何？着替える服を間違えたの。みんなには黙っていてね、くまりさん。
I mixed up my change of clothes. Yeah?
いいけど、犯人じゃないのよね、あなた。
ええ、今のはただの趣味だから安心して。昔からあの子を見ているとなぜかいじめたくなってしまって。
It's really too bad, she sighed. Again, I feel a little sorry for Riddle. That made 4 victims. Everyone seemed resigned to locking ourselves in the room for the night. Oh, fuck yeah, I agree with this one. I agreed it was the best option we had.
ここで腹の探り合いをしていても虚しいだけね。いい加減ケツを取りましょう。自分の部屋に閉じこもって朝を待つに賛成な人。
In favor were Aozaki, Sasayuka, Shizuki, and Beo voted along with Shizuki. Those against were Ritsuka, Father Eri, Tsukiji, and Miss Kuonji. With Beo as the tiebreaker, our side won.
決まりね。それじゃあ各自部屋にこもってしっかり鍵かけて朝まで外に出ないこと。
Okay.
必要なものがあったら台所から持って行って。あとトイレは精神的に耐え切って。
Everyone had to be exhausted from a long night of deduction. We barely spoke as we headed off to our respective rooms. I mean, I feel like this is not gonna work. This would be way too easy, but this would be the most obvious the most obvious thing to do, right? I locked the door and lay down on the bed. Just in case, I decided not to change into my pajamas. The day was almost over. Once midnight passed, the first day of our 3-day break would come to a close. I never imagined spending a vacation like this in a million years.
まず、すごく眠い。
My eyelids grew heavy the instant I lay down. I knew I still had things to consider, but warm slumber embraced me in moments. I was roused by the sound of the wind. The lights were out. I didn't remember turning them off before I went to sleep. I got up and tried the light switch, but nothing happened. I wanted to check the time, but that wasn't happening in this darkness. I tried my best to go back to sleep and pretend everything was okay, but I was too on edge. I could barely even stay still.
青崎の部屋が一番近いよね。
What? What are you doing? I moved as quietly as possible to the... What? Unlocked it and peeked into the hallway. Hello, ma'am? It seemed empty. The only sound came from the wind and rain. As if led by something, I ventured into the hallway and down towards Aozaki's room. What? I placed my hand on her doorknob. It's unlocked? Inside the room I found a dead body, a corpse of a woman I've never seen before. Did I scream? Did I manage to hold her in? I couldn't tell. The rain tonight was too intense. Creak, creak. Oh, that wasn't the rain. It was the song of hinges. I realized that a door was swinging and looked in its direction. It was coming from the room next to Aozaki's. Shizuki told me before that it was her study. Something was on the door. A liquid, thick and red, like paint. Inside the study, I found the gruesome sight of Aoko Aozaki. I ran down the hallway. I didn't care about making noise anymore. The storm was too loud to hear anything. I threw open the door to each guest room. In the third room, I find the lifeless body of a boy who'd been on my mind for 3 years. Everyone's dead. Yeah, I thought that was gonna be a bad choice. It didn't seem like it was gonna be the correct choice, but panting, I nearly rolled down the stairs. Too fast I fell. My body bounced off the steps and rolled into the foyer. So I wonder, was she open to the foyer then? Nobody was around. The front door's wide open, as if we had a visitor. So I was thinking, was every single body that was discovered? No. She wasn't the first one to discover all of them. My instincts told me that the church members were already dead. I heard faint footsteps. The sound of the storm faded. Oh? All sounds around me washed away. Oh, someone's alive. In front of me. I felt nothing. No fear, no anger. My heart was as calm as a lake as I laid eyes on the stormy night killer. Okay, it's not her. Two eyes flashed in the darkness. What am I looking at? Light glinted off the weapon in their hands. Oh, yeah, okay. Sojiro. Their face was unworldly, twisted, demonic. It was the last thing I ever saw. Sure. How do I access? Do I go here and then again load it here? I think it's so dangerous to hole up in our rooms. The reason being, the decision know. There's a 13th person. Yeah, both of those. I mean, Alice said at the beginning that there are gonna be 13 people, right? So there should be 13 people. We should focus on how the phone line was cut. I thought it was best to tackle the problem now.
それじゃあ各自自分の部屋に。ちょっと待って。その前に確かめたいことがある。みんな、今日のゲストは何人か。
何人かって、クオンジ入れて13人だろ。それがどうかしたか？
それはリデルを入れての話。
Yes.
何？
Tsukiji's eyes went wide. He was acquainted with Riddle, so her being here hadn't felt out of place to him. But someone like me who didn't know her, she stuck out like a sore thumb. She had crashed the party without a formal invitation.
そうか。リデルは招かれていない。ゲストとは数えないから。
That's what I said earlier.
最終的な人数は
There's 12 plus
12
Riddle, and they mentioned 13 before Riddle even arrived there.
どういうことか説明してくれる？
Yep.
クオンジさん。
そうね。私もうっかりしていたわ。招待状は私と青子、しずきくんで分けて出したの。最終的に9枚消費したとしか私は聞いていなかったから。私とトッキーはホストで、青子としずきくんは知っていたから、合わせて13人だって。ちなみに私はリツカさんとベオに招待状を送ったわ。
私はエイリとユイカさん、木の実と飛び丸。
自分はクマリと最後に余ったのを先生と、とても名前を口にできない人に1枚。
どうか、
なるほど、数は合っているわね。ところで宗十郎、叱られる前に白状した方がいいわよ。もうなんとなく分かったけど、一体誰に招待状を送りやがったの？い
や、だって仲間外れは良くないじゃないか。
She would turn into a frog, my guy.
どこ呼びつけたのはあんただったのね。
No, he's trying to turn her into a frog. Don't worry. It's actually a part of the plan. Aozaki grabs Shizuki by his collar and shook him violently, like a bobblehead.
二人リデルが二人
東子さんに招待状を送った。しかし彼女は今三崎町には立ち入れないはずですが。
呪いなら東子さんとっくにクリアしたって言ってたよ。
What?
発想の転
Oh,
換
yeah.
だ
I
と
was
か
wondering
言っ
about
て
that. Can she just use her doll?
肉体にかかった呪いが
And
解
the
けな
answer
い
is
なら
yes.
その肉体を使わなければいい。
Makes sense.
かなんと
I
か
was thinking, yeah, makes sense.
どんな理屈よそれ。相変わらずネジ飛んでるわね姉貴。
ともかく東子さんに招待状が送られてしまった以上、彼女がここに来ている可能性があるのね。
そう、そこで思い出してほしいのが電話線がなくなってた時の玄関。あの時玄関の床には水滴がついていた。私たちは雨が降り出してから一度も外に出ていない。だから事件の直前にやってきたリデルの足跡かと思ってたけど、彼女全く雨に濡れていなかった。つまり
あの雨の後はリデルさん以外の何者かが洋館に入ってきたという証拠ということね。
So this is what gave her the idea in the first place, maybe.
あの時玄関には時津さんと山城先生以外のみんながいたから。
姿のない参加者13人目のゲストがいると。
This changed everything. I'd never heard that Aozaki had an older sister, but now wasn't the time to ask about that. The tension in the air was enough to tell me that there was bad blood between her and the people here.
青崎東子ですか。彼女なら確かにプロイに精通し、クオンジの屋敷の見取りも把握しています。何より私たち、特に青子さんに強力な殺意がある。今まで見えてこなかった動機の面でも最有力候補ですね。
ですね。東子さんが犯人だとしたら部屋に閉じこもるのは得策ではありません。何をやっても力ずくで侵入してくるでしょう。
うん、トコちゃんならやるわ。だってホラー大好きだもの。ここに来て展開がホラーになるのは残念だけど、まずは安全を確保しないとね。
皆さん、手分けして洋館内を調査しましょう。東子さんがいるのかいないのか、そこをはっきりさせなくては。
ああ、うん、そうよね。じゃあ私は自分の部屋周辺を調べるわ。
私は西館と念のため地下室に。くまりさんたちは危険だからここで待っていて。
With that, they left the drawing room on a mission, leaving me, Tsukiji, Shizuki, and Ritsuka behind. Time passed by slowly. My eyelids began to feel heavy from anxiety and exhaustion. The clock struck midnight.
紅茶でも入れてくるか。宗次郎、お茶はどこで？
それならサンルームのテーブルにまだ温かいポットがあるよ。
よし、取ってくる。
He probably wanted to get his mind off things. Kiji strode off toward the sunroom.
Oh.
Here we go again. Oh. Another blackout.
参ったな。これじゃ何も見え。
There was a dazzling flash of light. Through the window in the sunroom, I could see lightning. Bill?
築地君、下がって早く。
なんだ今の。誰かいたぞ。
That's Bill, wasn't
3
it?
人ともこっち。ホールに移動しましょう。
Ritsuka grabbed my hand and pulled me away from the pitch black drawing room. I definitely saw the outline of a person against the lightning. Someone was outside in the raging storm. It could only be the 13th guest. Was it not Bill? He fled to the hall. The wall lamps here appeared to be on separate wiring, so at least it wasn't completely dark.
クマ？どうしたのよ、血相変えちゃって。外に
誰かいた。
ちょっと見てくる。宗十郎、飛丸、小鹿をお願い。
Jogging, Aozaki disappeared into the dark corridor connecting to the parlor. Father Eri and Sister Yuika came down the stairs, and Miss Kuonji returned from the west wing. They must have heard a commotion.
屋敷の電源がまた落ちたようですが、何かあったのですか？
それがサンルームの外に人影っぽいものが見えて、つい逃げてきちゃった。今はアコちゃんが様子を見に行ってるわ。
Aozaki returned as we explained the situation.
とりあえず異常なし。サンルームの窓も割れてないし、誰かが中に入ってきた様子はないわ。
こちらも異常はありませんでした。館内に東子さんはいないようです。そうなると
先ほどの外に人影を見たという件ですね。館内に異常がないのなら、あとは屋敷の周りだけです。
わかりました。外を調べに行きましょう。まずはサンルームのあたりですね。危険ですから調べに行くのは私とシスターユイカ、それと青子、頼めますか？
エイリ神父、この風では私はあまりお役に立てないかと。耳が聞きません。
そうでしたね。しかし私はともかく青子を一人にするのは。
気にしないで、私は一人で身を守れるから。エイリの方こそ大丈夫？今日武装してないんでしょ？
それでしたら宗十郎君、お願いできますか？彼なら互いの呼吸を心得ていますので。
Shizuki nodded solemnly. Aye. I think it's too dangerous to leave Aozaki alone.
待って青崎、私も行く。何言ってんのよクマ。外は危ないんだってば。いいからクマは飛び丸とロビーで待機していてよ。危ないのはあんたも同じでしょ。友人として一人で出歩かせることはできないわ。
Aozaki couldn't refuse when I put it like that. I wanted to watch her back, of course, but I had another reason for it. Aozaki was currently the most suspicious survivor. It wasn't a good idea to let her go alone for multiple reasons. If she was the killer, or sweethearts, or whatever, then our lives were in danger. If I didn't go with her, then we would cast more doubt on her later. Anyone could see how dangerous it was outside. Of course, I would have liked to stay with Tsukiji, but petty feelings like that weren't more important than my friendship with Aozaki. Hell yeah, brother.
オッケー、了解。でも絶対に私のそばから離れないでね。それでいいでしょ、エイリ。
ええ、実のところ私も青子に一人つけたかったのです。クマリさんなら適任でしょう。
Father Eri seemed to be thinking along the same lines. He had a cool demeanor, but maybe he had genuine concern for Aozaki.
飛び丸、ユイカさんとアリスをよろしくね。20分探して何も見つからなかったら戻ってくるから。エイリ、外に出たら右手側からぐるっと一周してきて。私は左手側から見ていくから。
賢明です。行きますよ、宗十郎君。
宗十郎、
心配はこっちじゃなくクマリに。クマリ、枝が飛んでくるかもしれないから頭を低くしておくんだぞ。青崎はこういう時に限って不思議な効果を発揮するから、そうなったらフォローしてやってくれ。
どういう意味よそれ。
I nodded to Shizuki and made my way outside with Aozaki. The storm was worse than I expected. I could barely keep my eyes open in this way.
小鹿、で。
Aozaki extended her left hand toward me. I grabbed hold tightly. Her hand was so cold, it sent a shiver down my spine. As we rounded one side of the mansion, Aozaki
クマ、今何か光らなかった？何が？
I couldn't even open my eyes. Aozaki paused before speaking.
このまま屋敷の壁伝いに玄関まで戻ってて。さっきの光、
間違いなくあいつだ。ダメだってば青崎、一人になんな。
My words fell to Richard. Azaki ran away from the mansion to the darkness of the woods.
壁伝いに戻れって、そもそも屋敷まで戻れないわよ、バカ。
I screamed out in frustration. Somehow she heard me.
何か言った悪魔。
Aozaki's voice came from the tree line.
だから私一人じゃまっすぐ屋敷まで戻れる。後ろ、すぐ後ろが屋敷だってば。ちゃんと振り返れば。
07. Huh?
しまった。そんなネタで釣られた悪魔。
What? Aozaki's sword hung in the air as her body suddenly flew to one side. As if she was hit by a high-powered rifle. She lay lifelessly on the ground. I know she looked in my direction before she burst out laughing. Behind me. Footsteps. I could barely make them out in the rain. I had time to look back and think. I ran as fast as I could. I needed to get away from whatever was behind me. I sprinted through the deep, dark forest away from the mansion. My chest burned with the exertion. I never pushed myself this hard, even during PE class. Wow, I was a pretty good runner. It's amazing what humans could do when we think we're about to die. My mind began to wander, trying to escape the reality of the situation when... Suddenly, I felt like I was floating. My feet kicked wildly at the air. We're falling? I seemed to be falling backward. Every breath sent a painful spasm to my back. I reached for my bag, feeling like something was wrong and felt something wet in the floor. I timidly looked at my hand. As much as I hate to admit it, my hand was strawberry red. I licked it. Yup, tastes like iron. I lost over a liter of blood, and it only kept flowing. Horrifying reality stopped me from finishing my sentence. Something was coming this way. At this point, I didn't really care. Would I sleep forever, or be captured by the killer? Either way, apparently this was how my life would end. How far into this are we, by the way? Like, are we like making good progress, or? I should wait inside the mansion for all three of them to return.
それじゃあ行ってくる。20分探して何も見つからなかったら戻りましょう。
65. I'm so tired. Okay. I'm going to head out. If I don't find anything after 10 minutes, I'll be back.
賢明です。行きますよ、宗十郎君。
Shizuki usually kept his distance from Father Airi, but there was nothing usual about tonight. He kept pace at the priest's side, his head on a swivel. We can finish tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow's gonna be a late stream. Tomorrow's gonna be a maximum of like a 2-hour stream. 2.5 maybe, probably 2-hour stream. And most of that's probably gonna be summoning. I waited for it, it felt like an eternity. The power still wasn't back on.
もう今夜中の復旧はないみたい。客室の配線は別系統だから、まだ電源が生きていればいいけど。
Those rooms must have been added at a later date. All the older areas of the mansion, like the drawing room, hallways, and west wing were pitch dark.
待て、ベオはどこに行った？
そういえばどこにもいないけど。私が探してくる。みんなはここにいて。いい？決してユイカちゃんから離れちゃダメよ。
姉さん。
大丈夫よ、信頼して。これでも闇夜には慣れてるわ。
Ritsuka disappeared up the stairs to the second floor dimension. No. If I die here, next death I'm definitely wrapping it up and then we'll see what we'll do. Come to think of it, Beo. Thinking about it. They were away for a while, so like Aozaki, they could have murdered Mr. Tokitsu and Mr. Yamashiro too. After a long 20 minutes, Aozaki returned. She took off her raincoat and dried herself off with a towel.
いや、ひどい嵐だわこりゃ。もう風っていうより壁？周りの木が飛んでいってないのが不思議なくらい。まあプロイの仕業なんだからそれぐらいありなんだろうけど。
Aozaki explained that she'd patrolled a loop of the entire mansion, starting from the left side. She didn't finish anything in front of the sunroom. She didn't find anything in front of the sunroom.
それよりエイリと宗十郎は？
途中ですれ違わなかったのですか？
全然。外に出るとき森の方が気になるとか言ってたけど、まさかあの二人この嵐の中で森に入ったんじゃ。
Aozaki and Sister Yuika exchanged concerned glances. Then Shizuku came back inside, looking sullen and dripping wet. Father Eri wasn't with him.
すまない。目を離した隙にエイリ神父がすごく
Yeah, I'm
面白いこと
sure.
に。
I'm sure. Shizuki was clearly downtrodden, and he'd made a bizarre choice of words.
しずきさん、まさかエイリ神父が。
Least suspicious character.
そのまさかみたいね。あのエイリまでやられるなんて。
Yeah.
何者なのよ、
Who
一
could
体。
have done it? Surely not the guy who was with him the entire time. The foyer fell silent. Shizuki was biting his lip, clearly ashamed of losing track of the priest and falling to the killer's trap.
宗十郎、その手に持ってるのなんだ？
Looking closer, I could see something long and fluffy in his hand, about 8 inches in length.
いや、館の東側、サンルームの前に落ちてたんだけど。
Beo? It's Beo. He held up what looked like a golden dog plushie. There's a strange pattern on its forehead.
5人目の犠牲者ね。
それベオ？
Oh, that's
じゃ
actually
あ、あい
Beo.
つがサンルームの前にいた人影？
Yeah, you could see the outline.
言われてみれば、
Yep.
確かにベオだったな。あれ？もしかしてあいつ、俺たちに助けを求めていたのか？
Poor thing. If he was, what did that mean? Beo saw the killer outside the sunroom. Was made to laugh somehow, remembered we were inside, and tried to get her attention. Ritsuka was the one who warned us to stay away from Beo. She said she was used to dark nights. Did she know that the silhouette was Beo trying not to laugh?
ベオは何か見つけたのかもね。密かに一番頼りにしてたのに痛手だわ。それで宗十郎、エイリはどのあたりでやられたの？
西側の森だ。何か動くものがあるって森に入っていって、すぐに笑い声が聞こえてきた。その後、落雷のような悲鳴と滝のような血が降ってきて、見上げてみたら。
Everyone held their breath in anticipation. We all braced with the gruesome description of the priest's demise.
見上げたら？
木と木の間にクモの巣みたいにロープが張り巡らされていて、その中心でくねくねしたポーズで死んでた。なんか裸になってバラくわえて。
What? Well, another victim for Sojiro.
Eh?
Instinctively, I turned to face the laughter behind me.
Ah.
What? She got petrified? It all happened so quickly. Sister Yuka had turned to stone as soon as she heard Shizuki's report.
ユイカさん、石化して死んだ！
悲劇ね。生地、耳で世界を捉える人だから。しずきくんの言葉をリアルにイメージできてしまったのよ。
俺は普段この人と神父がどんだけ険悪なのか気になって仕方がないが、ともかくこれで7人だ。
Unfortunately for us, all the people who posed the greatest threat to the killer were gone. The clock approached 1 a.m. Unable to go to the drawing room, those of us left behind were stuck standing in the foyer. It was surprisingly dark in here. The guest rooms were probably better lit, and I considered going there. Might look weird going by myself though. Was Aozaki's older sister, the 13th guest, really here? I couldn't go back to my room yet until that mystery was solved, at least.
とりあえずユイカさんの彫像は部屋の隅に移動させよう。
Yeah, we know it's Shizuki now because we saw him basically there. I don't think there's
すごく重いぞユイカさん。
any way that it can be anything else.
飛び丸手伝ってくれ。
はいよ、俺後ろな。見た目通りいい曲線してやがんな、ユイカさん。シスター目当てで教会に通い詰める野郎が多いわけだ。
Yeah, okay, yeah, true. Fair. Even in this situation, Shizuki and Tsukiji were friendly. I couldn't believe how calm they both were. I felt like I was nearing a breaking point. Something jumped out at me. I died of shock before I died of laughter.
クマ、お茶でも入れてこようか。顔色真っ青よ。ありがとう。けどいらない。
The last thing I wanted was to use the toilet, and I was scared of venturing far into the mansion to find one.
お、余裕じゃない。その調子なら朝まで持ちそうね。エイリとユイカさんは残念なことになったけど、ある意味ちょっと安心した。このメンツなら気心知れてるし、疑い合うこともないしね。あとはトークを見つければ。
いえ、それには及ばないわ。ゲームはこれで終わり。今までよくやってくれたものね、アコちゃん。
リツカさん。
What's the play, Itsuka? The voice came from the stairs. Ritsuka had returned from her search for Bale.
何よ、今のどういう意味？
だから芝居はもういいってことです。チェックメイトよ、アコちゃん。どうしてこんな強行に及んだのかは全然わからないけど、物的証拠が真実を示している。まだ断定はしないけど、十中八九あなたがスイーツハーツ最有力候補よ。
何言い出すのよ、バカリツカ。私がスイーツハーツだなんてそんなわけないじゃない。ないわよね。ないはずだと思うけど。
No, she can't be. We saw the previous game over, so we know that she can't be.
しらばくれるのもそこまで。ベオ君を探している時にあなたの部屋を見させてもらったわ。動かぬ証拠がそこにあるのよ。
あんたどうやって私の部屋に入ったのよ。鍵かけてあったでしょ。
私の数少ない特技、本格推理ピッキングです。
ないから。本格でピッキングはご法度だから。そんなんで人が必死に隠してた死体を見つけるとか反則じゃない。
Aozaki was losing it. We all stared at her silently.
あ、いや、その
宗次郎、青崎の部屋は？
東館の2階の突き当たりだ。
We followed Ritsuka to Aozaki's bedroom. Our suspect tagged along, pouting and sulking.
ドアを開けるわ。
Ritsuka opened the door. We moved from the dark corridor to the equally dim bedroom. When I entered, I was greeted by the sight of a... What? What? What does that even... Man, they're really going all in on like the like the absurd humor. A woman beautiful enough to make me question my sexuality, clutching a microphone in one hand, trailing a huge bottle of liquor in the other, taking a satisfied eternal slumber. And the walls. Were plastered with bizarre posters.
急性アルコール中毒。
これが動かぬ証拠よ、アコちゃん。いくらトコちゃんが邪魔だからってこんな恥ずかしい姿のまま放置しておくなんて。トコちゃん、私はプログレ派だなんて言ってたけど本当は演歌好きだったのね。しかもマイマイクまで持っちゃって。
ああ、身内の恥すぎる。だから見せたくなかったのに。
Aozaki was coiling up a storm. However, this didn't change the fact that she concealed the victim.
そっか。思い返してみれば青崎は自分の部屋に誰も寄りつかないよう動いていたんだ。
So that's what we saw during that one game over when we went into her room.
この人の死体が見つかったらいろいろと不便だから。違うってば、私も被害者なんだって。昼過ぎに部屋に戻ってみたら姉貴がいきなり死んでるんだもん。そりゃ隠すでしょ普通。
残念だが青崎、お前さんの弁明はもう遅い。それならどうして13人目がいるかいないかを話し合っている時姉貴のことを話さなかったんだ。
だってあの時に切り出してもどうして黙っていたんだって追及されるじゃない。エイリとユイカさんからしてみれば私を弾劾する絶好の機会だし、それなら黙っていて私の手で犯人を捕まえようって。
そうかしら。13人目がいるって状態にしておけばアコちゃんが自由に暗躍できるからじゃないの。事実トコちゃんを探そうとしてベオくんもエイリさんもユイちゃんもリタイアしちゃったんだし。
だからそれはエイリたちが自滅しただけで。
悪いな青崎。クオンジの説明からするとスイーツハーツとやらは自分でもわからない犯人だ。こいつの正体を暴くには動機より状況証拠を優先しないといけない。現状最も今までの犠牲者たちを殺害できる可能性があったのはお前だ。
ええ、悲しいけどこれ推理なのよね。
Tsukiji and Ritsuka grabbed their arms. Shizuki casually held.
どうするつもり？まさか疑わしきは殺すってわけ？
落ち着いて隔離するだけよアコちゃん。
Under quarantine.
犯人と思わしき者は警察が来るまで閉じ込めて強行をストップさせる。ミステリの情動ね。外から鍵をかけられる監獄っぽい部屋はあるかしら、あっちゃん。
それなら地下室があるわ。雪山のペンションにありそうな細い階段から直通の狭い部屋が。青子にはそこで一晩明かしてもらいましょう。
スキーアト！そのペンションの名前スキーアトとか言わないアリス。
青崎、お前さんがスイーツハーツでないにしろそこに閉じこもっていれば安全だろ。これ
確かにそういう理屈になるわね。民主主義的に閉じ込められる隙を見せた私の負けってことか。
Yeah, we should have locked it up from the start. If Aozaki really was sweetheart, no one else would die from any sudden bounce of comedy. And if she wasn't, then he'd survive until the game was over. Couldn't protest though, if they were labeled prime subject. It felt awful to be the one handing down a verdict. One of us had to be unlucky enough to take the fall.
でもこれだけは言っておくわ。相手はとんでもない切れ者よ。もしかしたら本当に姿のない13人目はいるかもしれない。最後まで気を抜かないで。
Those were Aozaki's last words. After shutting her in the cellar and locking it from the outside with a padlock, we finally breathed a sigh of relief. I don't think I can rest easy at all. I wasn't so sure about that.
これでやっと眠れるわ。それじゃあみんな、おやすみなさい。
Ritsuka disappeared up the west wing stairs.
私も休ませてもらうわ。
West
しずき
wing?
くんはエイリ神父にあてがっていた部屋を使って。夜が明けるまでしずきくんの部屋は使えないから。
あ、そうだった。ありがとう、アリス。
Miss Konji and Shizuki retired to their respective rooms. It was just us left. I must have the courage to look at Tsukiji.
くまり
Tsukiji.
話ちょっとだけいいか。
築地、少しだけ話さない？
We smiled at each other. We both had the same idea, apparently. Things had gotten really out of hand tonight. It was an ungodly hour. The storms raging outside seemed to portend the end of the world. If we left, we die. And yet here I am with a guy I've had a crush on for 3 years.
お茶を入れられるな、ここ。くまりは紅茶でいいか。
コーヒー、すごく苦いの。砂糖入れないで。
そりゃ豪気だ。甘みは必要ねってか。
That sounded a little sarcastic, but I know he didn't mean it that way.
話って人物 A のこと？
お、まだ解決とは言えないからな。くまりだって青崎が 100% 星だと思ってねえだろ。
He passed me a coffee and I slowly brought it to my mouth before taking a sip. He was right, I didn't. We were both on the same page.
青崎が該当するのは確かだけど、それを言うなら律香さんもしずきもだしね。信頼できるのはクオンジさんと事件が起きてからずっと一緒にいた私たちぐらいじゃない？
ああ、クオンジは信用できねえだろ。あいつ基本的にプロイとやらの味方じゃねえか。
そうなの？確かにずっと中立っぽい態度だったけど、根拠は？
犯人探しをする気がないっていうのと、そうだな。勘で申し訳ないんだが、人物 A とやらに肩入れしている気がする。
そりゃそうでしょう。プロイってクオンジさんの持ち物なんだし、もう人物 A はプロイが化けてるんだし、だから中立だったんじゃない？
いや、そっちじゃない。今動いているプロイにじゃなくて、使ったやつに対してだよ。だってあいつ怒ってなかっただろ。自分の持ち物が勝手に使われたっていうのに。
おう。
He was right. Does that mean Miss Konji knew who the killer was?
知らないとは思うぜ。だが、あえて口にしていないことはあるだろうな。例えば、スイーツハーツとやらの詳しい特徴だ。リデルの口ぶりからすると、使う人間にはある種の特徴がありそうだった。スイーツハーツは誰にでも使えるもんじゃねえと思う。ほら、妖刀とか名刀とかで持ち物が持ち主を選ぶって言うじゃねえか。あんな感じでな。
Could a thing really choose who uses it? If so, did that mean Miss Konji was supporting, no, empathetic to it?
しかし、今更だけどな。くまり、俺とコンビでよかったのか？
Well, that came out of nowhere. I tried my best to stay calm as I answered.
それはいい。私、築地のこと信頼してるし。
いや、この場合まずいだろ、それ。今夜に限っちゃ、信頼しているやつほど危ねえじゃねえか。
そうね。疑ってかかるぐらいがちょうどいい。
Chat seems to be sleepy today too.
そういうこと。この事件で一番信用しちゃならねえのは自分だ。
It's a sleepy day.
だから常に
It's a
客観
Tuesday.
的に監視している相棒がいないと
That's why.
無実が証明できない。リデルのやつが二人一組で
It's
行
also
動
not
し
main
ようっ
story,
て
so
言い
there's
出
not
した
too
のは
much to discuss.
そのあたりも含めてだろうよ。日清同体、スイーツハーツとはよく言ったもんだ。
We put Rill behind us.
じゃあ築地は誰が一番怪しいと思ってる？
全員平等だぜ。怪しいってんなら、俺はまだ時津のじいさんの死体が本物かどうかさえ保留してるしな。青崎が自分の部屋を隠していたことも、ありゃ真犯人にうまくはめられたんじゃないかって思ってる。一番の強敵を真っ先に封じに来た結果かもしれん。
青崎がはめられた？
ああ、事実上あの行動力の塊みたいな女が自分の部屋を隠すことで手一杯だっただろ。それに妙なこと言ってたじゃねえか。青崎の姉貴がいつああなったか。くまりはどう思う？
I. With Stalker? Well, she arrived at 2 p.m. I don't know. I think Toko Kawasaki was the first victim.
ああ、そう考えないと、
Yeah,
青崎の行動はおかしい。青崎は午前中は街で買い物をしていた。青崎姉はあいつが部屋を留守にしている間、くまりたちを連れて一息ついて部屋に戻るまでの間に殺されたと見るべきだろう。
15時半頃、私2階廊下で青崎とすれ違ったけど、あの時東館の奥、青崎の部屋は煙火地獄になってたわけね。
まあ断定できない以上、憶測は憶測でしかねえけどな。それよりだ、くまり。ネックはいつ殺したかじゃなく、どうやって殺したかだと思わねえか。山城にしろ営利神父にしろ、あの鉄仮面たちを笑わせられるのはよっぽどのセンスだ。殺害可能時間は平等にあっても、そのセンスだけは限られる。この点で言えば、ま、宗十郎やらベオやら木の実やらは除外される。
Surely. Tsukiji had latched onto something big, or hadn't anyone else thought of that? Hosuke's jokes only made people cringe, and Beo didn't even understand the concept of humor. As for Shizuki, I meant planks of wood to get jokes quicker. Our discussion carried on until nearly 3 a.m. I yawned. I was by no means relaxed, just exhausted. After everything that's happened, I'd be surprised if anyone had any real energy left.
夜更かししすぎたな。そろそろ眠り時だがどうする？念には念だ。
It sounds good.
俺もそこのソファーで眠るってのもありだが。
He was clearly on guard for Sweetheart's disguised as Aozaki or someone else. I yawned again. As long as I lock the door, but I won't be able to sleep. Should be safe as long as it was always locked, but we still had other things to worry
い
about.
い。ここまで来たらあと少しだし。
Oh wait, I think that was the wrong choice.
だいたい全員を疑えって言ったの築
I
地じゃ
think
ん
that。was the wrong choice.
そうだったな。俺も容疑者の一人だった。さすがくまり、余計な心配だったぜ。
Tsukiji turned to the door, ready to leave. I tried to say something.
関係ないけど、 ひどい一日だったのに、築地はなんか満足そうね。
That's cute. What the hell was I saying? I was just embarrassing myself.
何人も死んで自分も殺されかけた一日か。確かにひでえ一日だった。
Luckily, he took my question seriously.
けどまあ、なんだかんだと楽しかったからな。クマリもそうじゃなかったのか？
His considerate reply was so reassuring, I almost forgot my anxiety.
意外。築地はこういうの鼻で笑うかと思った。
そりゃ見込み違いだったな。こういうバカ騒ぎ好きなんだよ、俺。
何それ。幻滅。
I was being serious. It reminded me of the time I first realized that I'd fallen for him. Tsukiji was an amazing person, but he was squandering his potential. He didn't want glory or to move up in the world. It felt like such a waste of human capital. I could never do that. How long had I been watching him? Wanting to kick his butt into gear.
こっちも今更だけど、築地割と人付き合い悪いじゃない？なのにどうして私とは普通に話すの？
そりゃお前さん、親にも教師にも頼らず6年間一人で戦ってきたやつには敬意を表すだろう。じゃあな、朝になったらロビーで会おうぜ。
And with that, the room went quiet again. For some reason, I felt a tight squeezing sensation in my
な
chest.
んだかんだと。クマリもそうじゃなかったのか？
Tsukiji's words replayed themselves over and over in my head. Yeah, he was right. Maybe it had been fun. Yo, it's the morning! I woke up to the sound of birds chirping.
朝。
The clock read 5:30. The sun was beginning to peak over the horizon. My ability to rise early was one of the few strong points. Few strong points, so I must have been really exhausted. I foggily examined my wrinkled clothes in the mirror. My body was still asleep. I was too tired to even make tea, so I just grabbed my wallet and card case off the table. The case contained my commuter pass and some pictures I took each year. What? What? Okay, I'm just gonna... Just so I have it archived. Okay. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. The archive? Okay. She either drank champagne thinking it was a soft drink, or someone slipped alcohol in the juice cocktail. Next thing I knew, she was all hyper, yelling about wearing someone else's clothes. I got a great shot of her with my disposable camera. I love that photo so much, I carried it with me in my card case everywhere I go. Whenever I fell down, it always cheered me up to look at it and remember how adorable Aozaki could be. It was a side of herself that nobody who knew her would ever expect, especially her comedic side.
あれ?
Wait a second. Did I just think something I really shouldn't have? That would be incredibly bad to bring up now.
そうだ。みんなは?
I raffled through my overnight bag to see if anything might be of use. Turns out the stuff I brought to cook with was worth bringing. Yeah, I hovered over the walk or the cleaver, ultimately deciding to take the walk with me. Fuck yeah. I went to the hallway. The air was slightly cooler than inside the guest room. The silence had fallen over the mansion once again. There was no sound, no sign of life. It's like the storm never happened. Tsukiji's room was empty. Shizuki wasn't in Father Eiri's room. Nobody was in Ritsuka's room either. I called out into the void of the west wing, but got no response. I was alone. I headed on to the basement where Aozaki was confined. Down a narrow staircase to a door. The padlock had been broken clean off from the outside.
Aozaki!
I braced myself for whatever was to come and opened the door. Oh. Inside the tiny cellar, I saw a dead body lying face down. The beautiful long hair was all I needed to see to know it was Aozaki. She wasn't breathing. She'd scrawled something with her left hand in the last moments. It was a dying message written in blood. I could feel the disdain in the words.
やっぱりって言うな。
Oh,
や
yeah.
っぱり。
And she didn't scribble down the name of the killer or anything. I guess maybe she didn't see them. But, okay, well. Aozaki wasn't the killer. It wasn't clear who she was when she was murdered. But whoever the killer was broke the lock, made a left, nonchalantly went upstairs and... I tried to control my breathing and my racing mind. Everyone was dead. Everyone was dead. Probably. Only the killer and I were left. But the sun was already up. Wait, not completely. If the rules said ended in the morning, then the game wasn't over yet. I had to get out of here now and figure out who the killer is. There was no winning this unless I did something. Everyone was dead, no turning back now. Should try to guess who the killer is. I thought I should try to deduce who the killer is.
落ち着け。もう条件は揃ってる。
I controlled my breathing and began to organize the facts in my head. I didn't have a decisive answer to the killer's motive, method, or identity. There was only one thing I knew for sure. Tsukiji has said it many times. It's not about who committed the murders, but rather who could have committed the murders. The first murder took its capture and death by explosion. We could exclude the following suspects: me, Miss Kuonji, Tsukiji, Hosuke, Father Eiri, and Sister Yuika. The second murder, Mr. Yamashiro's fabulous funeral. Impossible to rule any suspects out. At a stretch, we could maybe exclude Miss Kuonji. We don't know when Mr. Yamashiro was killed, because we were all looking around after Tokitsu's murder. It's unlikely the murder was committed within that 10-minute gap, but we couldn't rule it out completely. The third murder, Hosuke and Riddle. Who cares? Sure. The fourth murder, Bill. It can't have been me, because I didn't search for Aozaki's sister. Neither could it have been Tsukiji, Shizuki, or Ritsuka. The fifth murder, Father Eiri's well. We were in the foyer, so it couldn't have been me, Tsukiji, Ritsuka, or Miss Kuonji. The sixth murder, Yuika statue. This one didn't matter either. The seventh murder, the elder Aozaki's death by alcohol poisoning. This might actually be might have been the first murder in the timeline. We could exclude maybe only Miss Kuonji, barely. That's everything I knew. Now it came down to simple process of elimination. Who was the invisible killer who made everyone laugh? I think the killer must be... Excluded. Is there a way for it to be Toko? What if it's some bullshit where like... No, it's Toko's puppet. No. Excluded, dead. Excluded, dead. Can I go back up? Cause like, But like we saw during the game over, the first game over, we saw legit Shizuki with like the goggles and stuff. I'm gonna go with my gut.
ダメ、根拠が薄い。これで指摘したら私がアウトだ。
YOLO. I didn't know who the killer was, but we were the only ones left in the mansion. If I made a random guess and ended up being eliminated, I was finished. In that case, maybe I should just make a run for it and win the game that way.
あなた。
Yep. A shadowy figure crept up behind me. It raised its hand as if to say hello. Yep.
我々は宇宙人だ。
That's his phrase. The primitive directness of his greeting caught me off guard.
しずき、あんたが犯人だったの？
そうだ。我々はやったぜやったぜ。
いや、その演技はいいから。
I struggled to inject calm into my voice and to keep my arms and legs from shaking. That voice really was something. So much that I was more concerned with making it stop than who done it and how done it.
我々は火星人だ。
そういう話でもなくて、いいから真面目に話せバカ。私、笑っちゃったからもうすぐ死ぬのよ。せめて最後にどうしてこうなったのかをぶちまけて。
すまないが、それは説明できない。俺が話せるのは俺の事情だけだからだ。
What was that supposed to mean? Shizuki could only talk about himself. Does that mean there was someone else?
くまり、君にわかるだろうか。1年間ひたすら冗談のセンスがないと言われ続けた男の気持ちが。パーティーを盛り上げようと勇気を振り絞るたびにお呼びじゃないと突っ返される男の気持ちが。
よし、わかった。ぶん殴る。
Yeah. I didn't even want to think about this anymore, but did he seriously do all this to prove he has a sense of humor? I'd say he felt the moment he put on that ridiculous disguise, but was that any reason to help a murderer?
でも、それで笑うのは青崎とクオンジさんぐらいよ。そんな一発芸で笑う文明人が他にいるはずがない。
いや、でもクマリは。
本当にぶん殴るわよ。
ごめんなさい。なんでもないです。
あれでしょ？築地たちを笑わせたのは青崎の写真でしょ？
そうだ。あれこそ切り札だ。同時にそれは俺への報酬でもある。
I am. Any of the guys who knew Aozaki would laugh at that picture of hers, particularly Mr. Yamashiro, Tsukiji, and Father
つまり
Eiri.
犯人は。
I tried to speak, but the words didn't come out. I played right into Sweetheart's hands. The killer, Shizuki, was the last person left standing. While I'd failed to guess correctly, and just stood here, mind blank. I was just one step away. I'd almost figured it all out. If I'd only just focused more in the evening, and thought it through a bit more. There's a lot more left, right? There's probably like another 25% left. Like another hour and a half. You wanna know when to end it or do it next stream? Oh, because of earlier choices you failed now. Oh, so I would need to go back and redo some of the other choices so that when I got to this moment here, I would have enough evidence to decide on Shizuki and actually point him out, and then it would end. Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't think I really want to go through that entire thing. I'm not gonna go through a guide. I feel like we basically did the game. We figured out who the perpetrator is. I'm not gonna go through this again. Also, the ploys I'm gonna do on my own. I don't have the energy anymore. I am way too tired from yesterday's stream still. I can't do this. I can't do this. And also, I need to be in good shape tomorrow. Today, I could barely work at all because of yesterday's stream. My voice was in tatters, so I need to let my voice recover at least a little bit because I have a bunch of things I need to do tomorrow. So I don't want to go for longer. Yeah, Dimes is you guys can play it on your own. I'm definitely gonna do these ploys on my own because I do wanna, and I'm gonna probably get a guide up at some point when I'm gonna have time because of my, like, I wanna 100% it just so it says 100% so it doesn't say new anywhere because otherwise it's gonna bother me. But I'm gonna do it on my own because there's like 30-40 minutes of content left, and then we are done with Mahoya. We're done with Mahoya now. So tomorrow we're gonna do the pulling stream, the summoning stream, and then I'm gonna rest my voice for 2 weeks. I'm gonna go on a bit of a vacation when it comes to streaming, which is gonna be nice until the Mahoya event. I can't believe how much effort they put into making this extra. There's a lot of effort in it. I do agree. I think a lot of the humor didn't really hit with me with this one, but I can appreciate a lot of the effort that went into it. And it is a fun idea, right? It is a fun idea. Also, I was really tired, so... Naso answers Mahoya 2 in your vacation. Hey, I'm down. Also, where did you say... Do I need to finish this to get the picture? I think it's gonna be one of those. I feel like I need to finish that to get the picture. Also, you can get all the assets here. That's cool. It's kind of hard to take that event seriously. Yeah. They're randomly placed. Yeah, I can see that. What the fuck? I know it's not meant to be taken seriously. Yeah, I mean, I don't need it right now. I'm just wondering about it. Okay. Anyways. Yeah. But anyways. The entire Toko one earlier was also cool. I would have actually really liked if that was just a kind of like more of a slice of life-y event. I would have loved to just see all of the characters or the side characters that we've met throughout the story just meet up at this mansion here and just have a party, an actual normal party, and just talk. I would have loved to see all of the characters interact with one another. That would have been awesome. Just like a have normal conversations with one another. I would have loved that. You'll need it when pulling for Aoko? Chvu, you're so right. You're so right. On 14? Let me see. I need to finish it. Yeah. Sent to you, thank you. Yeah, I thought that was where this was where this was going, of, you know, just them having a chill time together and just talking. So I was getting really excited, but it's fine. I can appreciate the effort that went into this. Use you as a catalyst, great. Yep. We're gonna manifest it. We're gonna manifest it, and maybe even the penguin Alice for the Alice catalyst. Yeah. Yeah. So, anyways, as I said, tomorrow's gonna be a late stream tomorrow. Today was an early stream. Tomorrow's gonna be a late stream, probably around 8:30 to 6:30 to 7 p.m. CET. So that's about 3.5 to 4 hours later than today. And it's gonna be a short stream, just summoning for the Avenger. That's going live tomorrow, and yeah, it's gonna be a short one, probably like maybe even just like an hour or so. And then Mahuyo is over. Yeah, Mahuyo, that's it. That's all for Mahuyo on stream until Mahuyo 2 eventually comes out. And the Mahuyo event, of course, but yeah. Mahuyo's done. We are back to FGO for the time being. Until we get to the extra games after we catch up. I guess we're gonna be going into the OG extra games by the look of things as well. But yeah, I gave my entire thoughts on the series as already yesterday, so I'm not gonna go into it again. But it was fun. It was a lot of fun. So yeah, Arnold, I know. It sucks. It's unfortunate. But anyways, thank you guys for joining me. I'm gonna go and rest a bit. Natsumi Takamori. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go rest up a bit, so that we're in tip-top shape tomorrow. And yeah, we'll see you guys then when we pull for the Avenger before the break, and then we're gonna be in a stream drought for 2 weeks. So thank you guys for joining in this entire Mahuyo playthrough that we had, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.